A Dramatic Evening by John Kendrick Bangs. One Act Play Collection 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Narrator, read by April 6090. Characters: Mr. Thaddeus Perkins, a victim.
Read by Jeff Moon.
Mr. Edward Bradley, a friend in disguise.
Read by Thomas Peter.
Mr. Robert Yardsley, an amiable villain.
Read by Tom Penn.
Mr. John Barlow, the amiable villain's assistant.
Read by Mike Harris.
Mrs. Thaddeus Perkins, a martyr.
Read by TriciaG.
Mrs. Edward Bradley, a woman of executive ability.
Read by Sonia.
Jennie, a housemaid.
Read by Leanne.
The scene is placed in the drawing room of Mr. and Mrs. Thaddeus Perkins of New York. The time is a Saturday evening in the early spring, and the hour is approaching 8. The curtain rising discovers Perkins, in evening dress, reading a newspaper by the light of a lamp on the table. Mrs. Perkins is seated on the other side of the table, buttoning her gloves. Her wrap is on a chair near at hand. The room is gracefully over-furnished.
Where are the seats, Thaddeus?
Third row. And by Jove, Bess,
Looking at his watch.
we must hurry. It's getting on towards 8 now. The curtain rises at 8:15.
The carriage hasn't come yet. It isn't more than a 10 minutes drive to the theater.
But there are so many carriage folk going to see Irving that if we don't start early, we'll find ourselves on the end of the line. And the first act will be half over before we can reach our seats.
I'm so glad we've got good seats down near the front. I despise opera glasses, and seats under the galleries are so oppressive.
Well, I don't know. For the Lion's Mail, I think a seat in the front row of the top gallery, where you can cheer virtue and hiss villainy without making yourself conspicuous, is the best.
You don't mean to say that you'd like to sit up with those odious gallery gods?
For a melodrama, I do. What's the use of clapping your gloved hands together at a melodrama? That doesn't express your feelings. I always want to put 2 fingers in my mouth and pierce the atmosphere with a regular gallery god whistle when I see the villain laid low by the tow-headed idiot in the last act. But that wouldn't do in the orchestra. You might as well expect the people in the boxes to eat peanuts as expect an orchestra chair patron to whistle on his fingers.
I should die of mortification if you ever should do such a vulgar thing, Thaddeus.
Then you needn't be afraid, my dear. I'm too fond of you to sacrifice you to my love for whistling.
The front doorbell rings.
Ah, there is the carriage at last. I'll go get my coat.
Mrs. Perkins rises and is about to don her wrap as Mr. Perkins goes towards the door. Enter Mr. and Mrs. Bradley. Perkins staggers backward in surprise. Mrs. Perkins lets her wrap fall to the floor, an expression of dismay on her face. Mrs. Perkins, aside.
Dear me, I'd forgotten all about it. This is the night the club is to meet here.
Ah, Perkins, how do you do? Glad to see me? Gad, you don't look it.
Glad is a word which scarcely expresses my feelings, Bradley. I'm simply delighted.
Aside to Mrs. Perkins, who has been greeting Mrs. Bradley.
Here's a kettle of fish. We must get rid of them, or we'll miss the Lion's Mail.
You two are always so formal. The idea of you putting on a dress suit, Thaddeus. It'll be ruined before we are half through this evening.
Certainly, Perkins. Why, man, when you've been moving furniture and taking up carpets and ripping out fireplaces for an hour or two, that coat of yours will be a rag. A veritable rag that the ragman himself would be dubious about buying.
Perkins, aside.
Are these folks crazy, or am I?
Aloud.
Pulling up fireplaces? Moving out furniture? Am I to be dispossessed?
Not by your landlord, but you know what amateur dramatics are.
I doubt it. He wouldn't have let us have him here if he had known.
Amateur dramatics?
Certainly, Thaddeus. You know we offered our parlor for the performance. The audience are to sit out in the hall.
Oh, well, of course, certainly. It had slipped my mind. And, what else?
Why, we're here tonight to arrange the scene. Don't tell us you didn't know it. Bob Yardsley's coming, and Barlow. Yardsley's a great man for amateur dramatics. He bosses things so pleasantly that you don't know you're being ordered about like a slave. I believe he could persuade a man to hammer nails into his piano case if he wanted it done. He's so insinuatingly lovely about it all.
Perkins absently.
I'll get a hammer.
Exit. Mrs. Perkins, aside.
I must explain to Thaddeus. He'll never forgive me.
Aloud.
Thaddeus is so forgetful that I don't believe he can find that hammer, so if you'll excuse me, I'll go help him.
Exit.
You wonder what's up? They don't quarrel, do they?
I don't believe anyone could quarrel with Bessie Perkins. Not even a man.
Well, they're queer. Acted as if they weren't glad to see us.
Oh, that's all your imagination.
Looks about the room.
That table will have to be taken out, and all these chairs and cabinets. And the rug will never do.
Why not? I think the rug will look first rate.
A rug like that in a conservatory?
A ring at the front doorbell is heard.
Ah, maybe that's Yardsley. I hope so. If Perkins and his wife are out of sorts, we want to hurry up and get through.
Oh, we'll be through by 12 o'clock.
Enter Yardsley and Barlow.
Ah, here we are at last. The wreckers have a rove. Where's Perkins?
Taken to the woods, I fancy. I say, Bob, don't you think before we begin, we'd better give Perkins ether? He'll suffer dreadful agony.
Enter Mrs. Perkins, wiping her eyes.
How do you do, Mr. Barlow? And you, Mr. Yardsley? So good to see you. Thaddeus will be down in a minute. He forgot about the meeting here tonight, and he put on his dress coat.
Bad thing to lift a piano in. Better be without any coat. But I say we begin, eh? If you don't mind, Mrs. Perkins. We've got a great deal to do, and unfortunately hours are limited in length as well as in number. That fireplace must be covered up. Wouldn't do to have a fireplace in a conservatory. Wilt all the flowers in 10 minutes.
Mrs. Perkins meekly.
You needn't have the fire lit, need you?
No, but a fireplace without a fire in it seems sort of bald, don't you think?
Bald. Splendid word applied to a fireplace. So few fireplaces have hair.
Oh, it could be covered up without any trouble, Bessie. Can't we have those dining room portieres to hang in front of it?
Just the thing. Dining room portieres always look well, whether they're in a conservatory or a street scene.
Enter Perkins.
Hello, Thaddeus. How do you? Got your overalls on?
Perkins trying to appear serene.
Yes, I'm ready for anything. Anything I can do.
Yes, look pleasant. You look as if you were going to have your picture taken or a tooth pulled. Haven't you a smile you don't need that you can give us? This isn't a funeral.
Perkins, assuming a grin.
How will that do?
First rate. We'll have to make you act next. That's the most villainous grin I ever saw.
I'll write a tragedy to go with it. But I say, Thad, we want those dining room portieres of yours. Get 'em down for us, will you?
Dining room portieres? What for?
They all think the fireplace would better be hid, Thaddeus dear. It wouldn't look well in a conservatory.
I suppose not. And the dining room portieres are wanted to cover up the fireplace?
Precisely. You have a managerial brain, Thaddeus. You can see at once what a dining room portiere is good for. If ever I'm cast away on a desert island with nothing but a dining room portiere for solace, I hope you'll be along to take charge of it. In your hands, its possibilities are absolutely unlimited. Get them for us, old man, and while you're about it, bring a stepladder.
Exit Perkins, dejectedly.
Now, Barlow, you and Bradley help me with this piano. Pianos may do well enough in gardens or pirates' caves, but for conservatories, they're not worth a rap.
Wait a moment. We must take the bric-a-brac from the top of it before you touch it. If there are two incompatible things in this world, they are man and bric-a-brac.
You are so thoughtful, though I am sure that Mr. Yardsley would not break anything willingly.
Nothing but the 10 Commandments.
They aren't bric-a-brac, and I thank you, Mrs. Perkins, for your expression of confidence. I wouldn't intentionally go into the house of another man and toss his Sevres up in the air, or throw a Royal Worcester downstairs, except under very great provocation.
Mrs. Perkins and Mrs. Bradley have by this time removed the bric-a-brac from the piano, upright.
Now, boys, are you ready?
Where is it to be moved to?
Where would you prefer to have it, Mrs. Perkins?
Oh, I have no preference in the matter. Put it where you please.
Suppose you carry it up into the attic, Barlow.
Certainly, I'll be glad to, if you'll carry the soft pedal. I'm always afraid when I'm carrying pianos upstairs of breaking the soft pedal or dropping a few octaves.
I guess we better put it over in this corner where the audience won't see it. If you are so careless that you can't move a piano without losing its tone, we'd better not have it moved too far. Now then.
Barlow, Yardsley, and Bradley endeavor to push the piano over the floor, but it doesn't move. Enter Perkins with two portieres wrapped about him, and hugging a small step-ladder in his arms.
Hurry up, Perkins. Don't shirk so. Can't you see that we're trying to get this piano across the floor? Where are you at?
Perkins, meekly.
I'm trying to make myself at home. Do you expect me to hang on to these things and move pianos at the same time?
Let him alone, Bradley. He's doing the best he knows. I always say give a man credit for doing what he can, whether he is intelligent or not. Of course we don't expect you to hang on to the portieres and the step-ladder while you're pushing the piano, Thad. That's too much to expect of any man your size. Some men might do it, but not all. Drop the portieres.
Where'll I put 'em?
Put them on the stepladder.
Perkins impatiently.
And where shall I put the stepladder? On the piano?
Mrs. Perkins coming to the rescue.
I'll take care of these things, Thaddeus dear.
That's right. Put everything off on your wife. What shirks some men are.
Now then, Perkins, lend us your shoulder. And 1, 2, 3, push! Ah, she starts. She moves. She seems to feel the thrill of life along her keel. We must have gained an inch. Once more now. My, but this is a heavy piano.
It must be full of Wagnerian music. Why don't you get a piano of lighter quality, Perkins? This isn't any kind of an instrument for amateur stagehands to manage.
I'll know better next time. But is it where you want it now?
Not a bit of it. We need one more push. Get her rolling and keep her rolling until she stands over there in that corner, and be careful to stop her in time. I should hate to push a piano through one of my host's parlor walls just for the want of a little care.
They push until the piano stands against the wall on the other side of the room. Keyboard in.
There. That's first rate. You can put a camp chair on top of it for the prompter to sit on. There's nothing like having the prompter up high, because amateur actors, when they forget their lines, always look up in the air. Perkins, go sit out in the hall and imagine yourself an enthusiastic audience, will you? And tell us if you can see the piano. If you can see it, we'll have to put it somewhere else.
Do you mean it?
Of course he doesn't, Mr. Perkins. It's impossible to see it from the hall. Now, I think the rug ought to come up.
Dear me, what for?
Oh, it wouldn't do at all to have that rug in the conservatory, Mrs. Perkins. Besides, I should be afraid it would be spoiled.
Spoiled? What would spoil it? Are you going to wear spiked shoes?
Spiked shoes? Thaddeus, you really ought to have your mind examined. The scene is supposed to be just off the ballroom, and it is here that Gwendolen comes during the Lanciers and encounters Hartley, the villain. Do you suppose that even a villain in an amateur show would go to the ball with spiked shoes on?
Perkins wearily.
But I still fail to see what is to spoil the rug. Does the villain set fire to the conservatory in this play? Or does he assassinate the virtuous hero here and spill his gore on the floor?
What a blood and thunder idea of the drama you have. Of course he doesn't. There isn't a death in the whole play, and it's 2 hours long. 1 or 2 people in the audience may die while the play is going on, but people who haven't strong constitutions shouldn't attend amateur shows.
That's true, I fancy.
Very. It would be very rude for one of your invited guests to cast gloom over your evening by dying.
It is seldom done among people who know what is what. But to explain the point you want explained, Thaddeus, the rug might be spoiled by a leak in the fountain.
The fountain?
You don't mean to say you're going to have a fountain playing here?
Certainly. A conservatory without a fountain would be like Hamlet with York's skull left out. There's to be a fountain playing here and a band playing in the next room. All in a green light, too. It'll be highly effective.
But how are you going to make the fountain go? Is it going to spurt real water?
Of course. Did you ever see a fountain spurt sawdust or lemonade? It's not a soda fountain either, but a straight temperance affair, such as you'll find in the homes of all truly good people. Now don't get excited and raise obstacles. The thing is simple enough if you know how to do it. Got one of those English bathtubs in the house?
No. But of course, if you want a bathtub, I'll have a regular porcelain one with running water, hot and cold put in. 2 of them if you wish. Anything to oblige.
No, stationary bathtubs are useful, but not exactly adapted to a conservatory.
I brought me tub with me. I knew Perkins hadn't one, and so I thought I'd better come provided. It's out in the hall. I'll get it.
Exit. Mrs. Bradley to Mrs. Perkins.
He's just splendid. Never forgets anything.
I should say not. But, Mr. Yardsley, a bathtub, even an English one, will not look very well, will it?
Oh, very. You see, we'll put it in the center of the room. Just move that table out into the hall, Thaddeus.
Enter Barlow with the tub.
Ah, now I'll show you.
Perkins removes table.
You see, we put the tub here in the middle of the floor. Then we surround it with potted plants. That conceals the tub, and there's your fountain.
But the water, how do you get that?
We buy it in bottles, of course, and hire a boy to come in and pour it out every 2 minutes. Oh, how dull you are, Perkins. I'm surprised at you.
I'm not over bright, I must confess, when it comes to building fountains and parlors, with no basis but an English bathtub to work on.
Did you ever hear of such a thing as a length of hose with a nozzle on one end and a Croton water pipe on the other, Thaddeus Perkins?
But where is the Croton water pipe?
In the butler's pantry. The hose can be carried through the dining room, across the hall into this room, and it will be dreadfully effective. And so safe, too, in case the curtain catches fire.
Oh, Emma, you don't think...
Cheerful prospect. But I say, Yardsley, you have arranged for the water supply. How about its exit? How does the water get out of the tub?
It doesn't, unless you want to bore a hole in the floor and let it flow into the billiard room below. We've just got to hustle that scene along so that the climax will be reached before the tub overflows.
Perhaps we'd better test the thing now. Maybe my tub isn't large enough for the scene. It would be awkward if the heroine had to seize a dipper and bail the fountain out right in the middle of an impassioned rebuke to Hartley.
All right, go ahead, test it. Test anything. I'll supply the Croton pipes.
None of you fellows happen to have a length of hose with you, do you?
I left mine in my other clothes.
That's just like you, man. You grow flippant over very serious matters. For my part, if I am to play Gwendolen, I shall not bail out the fountain, even to save poor dear Bessie's floor.
Oh, it'll be all right. Only, if you see the fountain getting too full, speak faster.
We might announce a race between the heroine and the fountain. It would add to the interest of the play. This is an athletic age.
I suppose it wouldn't do to turn the water off in case of danger.
It could be done, but it wouldn't look well. The audience might think the fountain's had an attack of stage fright. Where's the entrance from the ballroom to be?
It ought to be where the fireplace is. That's one reason why I think the portieres will look well there.
But I don't see how that can be. Nobody could come in there. There wouldn't be room behind for anyone to stand, would there?
I don't know. That fireplace is large and only 2 people have to come in that way. The rising curtain discloses Gwendolen just haven't come in. If Hartley, the villain, and Jack Pendleton, the manly young Navy officer who represents virtue and dashes in at the right moment to save Gwendolen, could sit close and stand the discomfort of it, they might squeeze in there and await their cues.
Sit in the fireplace?
Yes. Why not?
Don't you interfere, Bess. Yardsley is managing this show, and if he wants to keep the soubrette waiting on the mantelpiece, it's his lookout and not ours.
By the way, Thaddeus, Wilkins has backed out, and you are to play the villain.
I? Never.
Oh, but you must. All you have to do is frown and rant and look real bad.
But I can't act.
That doesn't make any difference. We don't want a villain that the audience will fall in love with. That would be immoral. The more you make them despise you, the better.
Well, I positively decline to sit in the fireplace. I tell you that right now.
Don't waste time talking about petty details. Let the entrance be there. We can hang the curtain on a frame 2 feet out from the wall, so that there will be plenty of room behind for Hartley and Pendleton to stand. The frame can be fastened to the woodwork of the mantelpiece. It may take a screw or 2 to hold it, but they'll be high up, so nobody will notice the holes in the wood after it comes down. The point that bothers me is this wallpaper. People don't put wallpapers on their conservatories.
Perkins sarcastically.
I'll have the room repapered in sheet glass. Or we might borrow a few hotbed covers and hang them from the picture molding so that the place would look like a real greenhouse.
Napoleonic idea. Barlow, jot down among the properties 10 hotbed covers, 20 picture hooks, and a coil of wire. You're developing, Perkins.
Mrs. Perkins, ruefully aside.
I wish Thaddeus's jokes weren't always taken seriously. The idea of my drawing-room walls being hung with hotbed covers! Why, it's awful.
Well, now that that's settled, we'll have to dispose of the pictures. Thaddeus, I wish you'd take down the pictures on the east wall so that we can put our mind's eye on just how we shall treat the background. The mere hanging of hotbed covers there will not do. The audience could see directly through the glass, and the wallpaper would still destroy the illusion.
Anything. Perhaps if you got a jack plane and planed the walls off, it would suffice.
Don't be sarcastic, my boy. Remember, we didn't let you into this. You volunteered.
I know it, Bradley. The house is yours.
I said you had paresis when you made the offer, Perkins. If you want to go to the law about it, I think you could get an injunction against us. Or rather, Mrs. Perkins could, on the grounds that you were non-compost at the time.
Why, we're most happy to have you, I'm sure.
So am I.
Aside.
Heaven forgive me that.
By the way, Thad, there's one thing I meant to have spoken about as soon as I got here. Is this your house, or do you rent it?
I rent it. What has that to do with it?
A great deal. You don't think we'd treat your house as we would a common landlord's, do you? You wouldn't yourself.
Well, that's the point. If you own the house, we want to be careful and consider your feelings. If you don't, we don't care what happens.
I don't own the house.
Aside.
And under the circumstances, I'm rather glad I don't.
Well, I'm glad you don't. My weak point is my conscience, and when it comes to destroying a friend's property, I don't exactly like to do it. But if this house belongs to a sordid person who built it just to put money in his own pocket, I don't care. Barlow, you can nail those portieres up. It won't be necessary to build a frame for them. Bradley, carry the chairs and cabinets out.
Bradley, assisted by Perkins, removes the remaining furniture, placing the bric-a-brac on the floor.
All right. Where's that stepladder? Thaddeus, got any nails?
I think we'd rather have a frame, Mr. Yardsley. We can have one made, can't we, Thaddeus?
Certainly. We can have anything made.
Aside.
I suppose I'd build a theater for them if they asked me to. I'm such a confounded...
Oh, no. Of course, if you'd prefer it, we'll send a frame. I don't think nails would look well on this ceiling after all. Temporarily, though, Barlow, you might hang those portieres from the picture molding.
There isn't any.
Well, then, we'll have to imagine how it will look.
All the bric-a-brac will have to be taken from the room.
True. Perkins, you know the house better than we do. Suppose you take the bric-a-brac out and put it where it will be safe.
Certainly.
Begins to remove bric-a-brac.
Now let's count up. Here's the fountain.
Yes, only we haven't the hose.
Well, make a note of it.
Emma, can't we help Thaddeus?
Of course. I'll carry out the fender, and you take the andirons.
They do so.
The entrance will be here, and here will be the curtain. How about footlights?
This bracket will do for a connection. Any plumber can take this bracket off and fasten a rubber pipe to it.
First rate. Barlow, make a note of 1 plumber, 1 length of rubber pipe, and footlights.
And don't forget to have potted plants and palms and so forth galore.
Nah, I'll make a note of it. Will this sofa do for a conservatory?
Jove, glad you mentioned that. Won't do at all. Thaddeus?
No answer.
I hope we haven't driven him to drink.
So do I. I'd rather he'd lead us to it.
Thaddeus?
Perkins, from without.
Well,
Do you happen to have any conservatory benches in the house?
Mrs. Perkins, appearing in doorway.
We have a patent laundry table.
Just the thing.
Yardsley calling.
Bring up the patent laundry table, Thaddeus.
To Bradley.
What is a patent laundry table?
It's what my wife calls the cook's delight. It's an ironing board on wash days, a supper table at supper time, and on the cook's reception days it can be turned into a settee.
It describes well.
Perkins from a distance.
hi. Come down and help me with this thing. I can't carry it up alone.
All right, Perk. Bradley, you and Barlow help Thaddeus. I'll move these other chairs and tables out. It's getting late, and we'll have to hustle.
Exit Barlow. Bradley, meanwhile, has been removing pictures from the walls, and as Yardsley speaks, is standing on the stepladder reaching up for a painting.
What'd you take me for? Twins?
Don't get mad now, Bradley. If there's anything that can add to the terror of amateur theatricals, it's temper.
Mrs. Bradley, from without.
Edward, come here right away. I want you to move the headstand and see how many people can be seated in this hall.
Oh yes, certainly, my dear. Of course. Right away. My name is Legion, or Dennis.
That's the spirit.
A crash is heard without.
Great Scott! What's that?
Mrs. Perkins, without.
Oh, Thaddeus!
They've dropped the cook's delight.
He comes down from the stepladder. He and Yardsley go out. The pictures are piled up on the floor. The furniture is topsy-turvy, and the portieres lie in a heap on the hearth. Enter Mrs. Perkins.
Dear, 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 what a mess! And poor Thaddeus! I'm glad he wasn't hurt, but I'm afraid I heard him say words I never heard him say before when Mr. Barlow let the table slip. I wish I hadn't said anything about the table.
Enter Mrs. Bradley.
These men will drive me crazy. They are making more fuss carrying that laundry table upstairs than if it were a house. And the worst of it is, our husbands are losing their tempers.
Well, I don't wonder. It must be awfully trying to have a laundry table fall on you.
Oh, Thaddeus is angelic, but Edward is absolutely inexcusable. He swore a minute ago, and it sounded particularly profane because he had a screw and a picture hook in his mouth.
Yardsley outside.
It's almost as heavy as the piano. I don't see why either.
The 4 men appear at the door, staggering under the weight of the laundry table. Perkins, as they set it down.
Phew. Now that's what I call work. What makes this thing so heavy?
Mrs. Bradley, as she opens a drawer and takes out a half-dozen patent flat irons and a handle.
This has something to do with it. Why didn't you take out the drawers first?
It wasn't my fault. They'd started with it before I took hold. I didn't know it had a drawer, though I did wonder what it was that rattled around inside it.
It wasn't for me to suggest taking the drawer out. Thaddeus ought to have thought of that.
Perkins angrily.
Well, of all...
Never mind, it's here, and it's all right.
That's so. We mustn't quarrel. If we get started, we'll never stop. Now, Perkins, roll up that rug, and we'll get things placed, and then we'll be through.
Come on, I'll help. Bradley, get those pictures off the rug. Don't be so careless of Mrs. Perkins' property.
Careless? See here now, Barlow.
Now, Edward, no temper. Take the pictures out.
And where should I take the pictures out to?
Put 'em on the dining room table.
Perkins aside.
Throw them out the window for all I care.
Eh?
Nothing. I only said to put them wherever you pleased.
But I can't say where they're to go, Thaddeus. This isn't my house.
Perkins aside.
No, worse luck, it's mine.
Oh, put them in the dining room. They'll be safe there.
I will.
He begins carrying the pictures out. Perkins, Barlow, and Yardsley roll up the rug.
There. You fellows might as well carry that out, too, and then we'll be ready for the scene.
Come along, Thaddeus. You're in and you'll pay tonight.
Perkins desperately.
May I take my coat off? I'm boiling.
Certainly. I wonder you didn't think of it before.
Think? I never think.
Well, go ahead in your thoughtless way and get the rug out. You're delaying us.
All right, come on. Barlow, are you ready?
I am.
They drag the rug out.
At last.
Replaces the tub.
There's the fountain. Now, where shall we put the cook's delight?
Over here, I should say.
I think it would be better here.
Bradley, who has returned.
Put it halfway between them, Yardsley. I say give in always to the ladies, and when they don't agree, compromise. It's a mighty poor woman that isn't half right occasionally.
Edward!
Yardsley adopting the suggestion.
There, how's that?
Perkins returning.
Perfect. I never saw such an original conservatory in my life.
I suppose it's all right. What do you think, Emma?
Why, it is simply fine. Of course it requires a little imagination to see it as it will be on the night of the performance, but in general, I don't see how it could be better.
Nah, nor I. It's great as it is, but when we get the alt bed covers hung, and the fountain playing, and the plants arranged gracefully all round it, it will be ideal. I say we ought to give Yardsley a vote of thanks.
Oh, that's so. We're very much indebted to Yardsley.
Never mind that. I enjoy the work very much.
So glad.
Aside.
I wonder when we get a vote of thanks.
Bradley looking at his watch.
By Jove, Emma, it's after 11.
After 11? Dear me. I had no idea it was as late as that. How time flies when you are enjoying yourself. Really, Edward, you ought not to have overlooked the time. You know...
I suppose you knew we couldn't pull a house down in 5 minutes.
What's become of the clock?
I don't know. Who took the clock out?
Oh, I did. It's under the dining room table.
Well, we mustn't keep Bessie up another moment. Good night, my dear. We have had a delightful time.
Good night. I am sure we have enjoyed it.
Perkins aside.
Oh, yes, indeed. We haven't had so much fun since the children had the mumps.
Well, so long, Perkins. Thanks for your help.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Don't bother about fixing up tonight, Perkins. I'll be around tomorrow evening and help put things in order again.
They all go out. The good nights are repeated. And finally the front door is closed. Re-enter Perkins, who falls dejectedly on the settee, followed by Mrs. Perkins, who gives a rueful glance at the room.
I'm glad Yardsley's coming to fix us up again. I never could do it.
Then I must. I can't ask Jennie to do it. She'd discharge us at once, and I can't have my drawing room left this way over Sunday.
Perkins wearily.
Oh, well. Shall we do it now?
No, you poor dear man. We'll stay home from church tomorrow morning and do it. It won't be any harder work than reading the Sunday newspapers. What have you there?
Perkins looking at 2 tickets he has abstracted from his vest pocket.
Tickets for Irving. This evening. Lion's Mail. 3rd row from the stage. I was just thinking...
Don't tell me what you were thinking, my dear. It can't be expressible in polite language.
Oh, you were wrong there, my dear. I wasn't thinking cuss words at all. I was only reflecting that we didn't miss much anyhow under the circumstances.
Miss much? Why, Thaddeus, what do you mean?
Nothing. Only that for action continuous and situations overpowering, the Lion's Mail isn't a marker to an evening of preparation for amateur dramatics.
Enter Jennie.
Excuse me, Mim, but the coachman says, shall he wait any longer? He's been there 3 hours now.
Curtain. End of a dramatic evening.
The Fatal Message by John Kendrick Bangs. 1-Act Play Collection 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fatal Message. Characters: Mr. Thaddeus Perkins, in charge of the curtain.
Read by Jeff Moon.
Mrs. Thaddeus Perkins, cast for Lady Ellen.
Read by TriciaG.
Miss Andrews, cast for the maid.
Read by Gaby.
Mr. Edward Bradley, an understudy.
Read by Thomas Peter.
Mrs. Edward Bradley, cast for Lady Amaranth.
Read by Leanne.
Mr. Robert Yardsley, stage manager.
Read by Tom Penn.
Mr. Jack Barlow, cast for Fenderson Featherhead.
Read by Mike Harris.
Mr. Chester Henderson, an absentee. Jennie, a professional waitress.
Read by April 6090.
Narrator, read by Linette Geisel. The scene is laid in the library of the Perkins mansion on the afternoon of the day upon which an amateur dramatic performance is to be held therein. The Perkins house has been given over to the Dramatic Association, having the matter in charge. At right of library a scenic doorway is hung. At left a drop curtain is arranged, behind which is the middle hall of the Perkins dwelling, where the expected audience are to sit. The unoccupied wall spaces are hung with paper muslin. The apartment is fitted up generally to resemble an English drawing-room, table and chair at center. At rear stands a painted canvas conservatory entrance, on left of which is a long oaken chest. The curtain rising discovers Mrs. Perkins giving a few finishing touches to the scene, with Mr. Perkins gazing curiously about the room.
Well, they've transformed this library into a scene of bewitching beauty, haven't they? These paper muslin walls are a dream of loveliness. I suppose as the possessor of all this I ought to be supremely happy. Only I wish that canvas conservatory door hadn't been tacked over my reference books. I wanted to look up some points about—
Oh, never mind your books, Thaddeus. It's only for one night. Can't you take a minute's rest?
One night? I like that. It's been there 2 already. And it's in for tonight and all day tomorrow, I suppose. It'll take all day tomorrow to clean up, I'll wager a hat. I'm beginning to rue the hour I ever allowed the house of Perkins to be lured into the drama.
You're better off than I am. I've got to take part, and I don't half know my lines.
I? Better off? I'd like to know if I haven't got to sit out in front and watch you people fulfill your diabolical mission in your doubly diabolical way, and grin at the fearful jokes and the dialogue I've been listening to for weeks, and make the audience feel that they're welcome when they're not. What's been done with my desk?
It's down in the laundry. You're about as—
Oh, is it? Laundry is a nice place for a desk. Plenty of starch handy to stiffen up a writer's nerve, and scrubbing boards galore to polish up his wits. And I suppose my papers are up in the attic?
No, they're stowed away safely in the nursery. Now, please don't complain.
Me? Complain? Oh, I never complain. I didn't say a word when Yardsley had my crookshanks torn from their shelves and chucked into a clothes basket and carried into the butler's pantry, did I? Did I say as much as one little word? I wanted to say one little word, I admit, but I didn't, did I? If I did, I withdraw it. I'm fond of this sort of thing. The greatest joy in life is to be found in arranging and rearranging a library, and I seem to be in for joy enough to kill. What time are these amateur thespians coming?
Mrs. Perkins, looking at her watch.
They're due now. It's 4:30.
Sits down and opens playbook, rehearses.
No, not for all the world would I do this thing, Lord Muddleton. There is no need to ask it of me. I am firm. I shall—
Oh, let up, my dear. I've been getting that for breakfast, dinner, and tea for 2 weeks now, and I'm awfully tired of it. When I asked for a second cup of coffee at breakfast Sunday, you retorted, "No, not for all the world would I do this thing, Lord Muddleton." When I asked you where my dress ties were, you informed me that it was "what baseness," or words to that effect, and so on, until I hardly know where I am at.
Catches sight of the chest.
Hello. How did that happen to escape the general devastation? What are you going to do with that oak chest?
It is for the real Earl to hide in just before he confronts Muddleton with the evidence of his crime.
But that holds all my loose prints, Bess. By Jove, I can't have that, you know. You amateur counterfeiters have got to understand just one thing. I'll submit to the laundering of my manuscripts, the butler pantering of my crookshanks, but I'll be hanged if I'll allow even a real earl, much less a base imitation of one, to wallow in my engravings.
You needn't worry about your old engravings. They're perfectly safe. I've put them in the Saratoga trunk in the attic.
Rehearsing.
And if you ask it of me once again, I shall have to summon my servants to have you shown the door. Henry Cobb is the friend of my girlhood, and—
Henry Cobb be—
Thaddeus.
I don't care, Bess, if Henry Cobb was the only friend you ever had. I object to having my prince dumped into a Saratoga trunk in order that he may confront Muddleton and regain the lost estates of Puddingford by hiding in my chest. A gay Earl Yardsley makes, anyhow. And as for Barlow, he looks like an ass in that yellow chrysanthemum wig. No man with yellow hair like that could track such a villain as Henderson makes Muddleton out to be. Fact is, Henderson is the only decent part of the show.
Mrs. Perkins, rehearsing.
What if he is weak? Then shall I still more strongly show myself his friend. Poor? Does not—
Oh, I suppose it does.
Bell rings.
There comes this apology for a real earl, I'll fancy. I'll let him in myself. I suppose Jennie has got as much as she can do sweeping my manuscripts out of the laundry and keeping my verses from scorching the wash.
Exit.
It's too bad of Thaddeus to go on like this, as if I hadn't enough to worry me without a cross husband to manage. Hi-ho!
Enter Perkins with Yardsley. Yardsley holds bicycle cap in hand.
By Jove, I'm tired. Everything's been going wrong today. Overslept myself to begin with, and somebody stole my hat at the club and left me with this bicycle cap in its place. How are you getting on, Mrs. Perkins? You weren't letter perfect yesterday, you know.
I'm getting it all right, I think. I've been rehearsing all day.
You bet your life on that, Henry Cobb, real Earl of Puddingford. If you aren't restored to your estates and title this night, it won't be for any lack of suffering on my part. Give me your biking cap unless you want to use it in the play. I'll hang it up.
Exit.
Thanks.
Looks about the room.
Everything here seems to be right.
Perkins returns. Mrs. Perkins rehearsing.
And henceforth, my lord, let us understand one another.
Certainly, my dear. I'll go and have myself translated. Would you prefer me in French, German, or English?
I hope it goes all right tonight. But I must say I don't like the prospect. This beastly behavior of Henderson's has knocked me out.
What's the matter with Henderson?
He hasn't withdrawn, has he?
That's just what he has done. He sent me word this morning.
But what excuse does he offer? At the last moment, too.
None at all. Absolutely. There was some airy persiflage in his note about having to go to Boston at 6 o'clock. Grandmother's sick or something. He writes so badly I couldn't make out whether she was rich or sick. I fancy it's a little of both. Possibly if she wasn't rich he wouldn't care so much when she fell ill. That's the trouble with these New Englanders anyhow. They've always got grandmothers to fall down at crucial moments. Next time I go into this sort of thing, it'll be with a crowd without known ancestors.
'Tisn't Chet's fault, though. You don't suspect him of having poisoned his grandmother just to get out of playing, do you?
Oh, Thaddeus, do be serious.
I was never more so, my dear. Poisoning one's grandmother is no light crime.
Well, I've a notion the whole thing is faked up. Henderson has an idea that he's a little tin booth, and just because I called him down the other night at our first rehearsal, he's mad. That's the milk in the coconut, I think. He's one of those fellows you can't tell anything to. And when I kicked because he wore a white tie with a dinner coat, he got mad and said he was going to dress the part his own way or not at all.
I think he was right.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm never right. What am I a stage manager for?
Oh, as for that, of course, you are the one in authority. But you were wrong about the white tie and dinner coat. He was a bogus earl, an adventurer, wasn't he?
Yes, he was, but—
Well, no real earl would wear a white tie with a dinner coat unless he was visiting in America. I grant you that if he were going to a reception in New York, he might wear a pair of golf trousers with a dinner coat. But in this instance, his dress simply showed his bogosity, as it were. He merely dressed the part.
He doesn't want to make it too plain, however, so I was right after all. His villainy is to come as a painful surprise.
But what are we to do? Have you got anybody else to take his part?
Yes. I telegraphed right off to Bradley, explained as well as I could in a telegram without using all the balance in the treasury, and he answered all right. Said he'd bone up at the part all day and would be here at 5, letter perfect.
Mrs. Perkins with a sigh of relief.
Good. He's very quick at learning a thing. I imagine it will be all right. I've known him to learn a harder part than that in 5 hours. It'll be pleasanter for Emma, too. She didn't like those scenes she had as Lady Amaranth, the adventuress, with Henderson. He kept her off the middle of the stage all the time. But with her husband it will be different."
I'll bet on that. No good-natured husband of a new woman ever gets within a mile of the center of the stage while she's on it. She'll have stage room to burn in her scenes with Brad.
"I think it was awfully mean of Mr. Henderson, though."
Disgusting.
It was inconsiderate. So hard on his grandmother, too, to be compelled to knock under just to get him out of a disagreeable situation. She ought to disinherit him.
Oh, it's easy enough to be sarcastic.
Well, that's so, Bob. That's why I never am. It's commonplace.
Bell rings.
Ah, there's the rest of the troupe, I guess.
Exit. Yardsley looking at his watch.
It's about time. They're 20 minutes late.
Mrs. Perkins rehearsing.
"So once for all, Lord Muddleton."
Derisively.
"Ha, ha! Lord Muddleton! That is amusing! You, Lord Muddleton! Ha, ha! Once for all, Lord Muddleton! I acquaint you with my determination. I shall not tell Henry Cobb what I have discovered, since I have promised, but none the less he shall know. Walls have ears, even that oaken chest by yinder wonder."
Yardsley irritated.
Excuse me, Mrs. Perkins, but really, you must get the phrase right. You've called it yinder wonder at every rehearsal we've had so far. I know it's difficult to get right. Yonder window is one of those beastly combinations that playwrights employ to make the thespian's pathway to fame a rocky one, but you must get over it and say it right. Practice it for an hour, if need be. Yonder window, yonder window, until it comes easy.
Mrs. Perkins meekly.
"I have, and it doesn't seem to do any good. I've tried and tried to get it right, but yonder window is all I can say."
But yonder window is correct.
"Well, I am just going to have to change it, that's all. It shall be yonder casement."
Good idea. Only don't say yonder basement by mistake.
Enter Perkins, followed by Barlow.
Here's Mr. Featherhead. He's rehearsing, too. As I opened the door, he said, "Give me good morrow."
Barlow smiling.
Yes, and Thaddeus replied, "Good yesterday, me friend," in tones which reminded me of Irving with bronchitis. What's this I hear about Henderson's grandmother?
Thrown up the part.
His grandmother?
No, idiot, Henderson. He's thrown up his grandmother. Oh, hang it. You know what I mean.
"I hope you're not going to net Gervas, Mr. Yardsley. If you break down, what on earth will become of the rest of us?"
I hope not, but I am. I'm as nervous as a cat living its 9th life. Here we are, 3 or 4 hours before the performance, and no one knows whether we'll be able to go through it or not. My reputation as a manager is at stake. Barlow, how are you getting along with those lines in the Revelation scene?
Had 'em down fine on the cable car as I came up. People thought I was crazy, I guess. I was so full of it, I kept repeating it softly to myself all the way up. And when we got to that 14th Street curve, the car gave a fearful lurch and fairly shook the words "villainous viper" out of me. And I was standing when we began the turn, and was left confronting a testy old gentleman upon whose feet I had trodden twice at the finish. I nearly got into trouble.
Perkins with a laugh.
Made a scene, eh?
Barlow joining in the laugh.
Who wouldn't? Each time I stepped on his foot he glared, regular Macbeth stare, like this. "Is this a jagger which I see before me?"
Suits action to word.
But I never let on I saw, but continued to rehearse. When the lurch came, however, and I toppled over on top of him, grabbed his shoulders in my hands to keep me from sprawling in his lap, and hissed "villainous viper" in his face, he was inclined to resent it forcibly.
I don't blame him. Seems to me a man of your intelligence ought to know better than to rehearse on a cable car, anyhow, to say nothing of stepping on a man's corns.
Of course, I apologised, but he was a persistent old codger, and demanded an explanation of my epithet.
It's a wonder he didn't have you put off. A man doesn't like to be insulted, even if he does ride on the cable.
Oh, I appeased him. I told him I was rehearsing, that I was an amateur actor.
And of course he was satisfied.
Yes, at least I judged so. He said that my confession was humiliation enough, without his announcing to the public what he thought I was, and he added to the man next to him that he thought the public was exposed to enough danger on cable cars without having lunatics thrust upon them at every turning.
He must have been a bright old man.
Or a very crabbed old person.
Oh, well, it was an experience, but it rather upset me.
and for the life of me, I haven't been able to remember the opening lines of the scene since.
Well, if the audience drive you off the stage, you can sue the cable company. They ought to be careful how they lurch a man's brains out.
That's right. Joke ahead. It's fun for you. All you've got to do is sit out in front and pull the curtain up and down when we ring a bell. You're a great one to talk about brains, you are. It's a wonder to me you don't swoon under your responsibility.
Mrs. Perkins rehearsing.
So once for all, as he says, so say I.
Ah, indeed. You take his part, do you?
Mrs. Perkins rehearsing.
You must leave this house at once and forever. I once thought I loved you, but now all is changed, and I take this opportunity to thank my deliverer, Fenderson Featherhead.
Oh, rehearsing, I see. I thought you'd gone over to the enemy, my dear. Featherhead, step up and accept the lady's thanks. Cobb, join me in the dining room and we'll drown our differences in tasting the punch, which, between you and me, is likely to be the best part of tonight's function, for I made it myself. Though if Tom Harkaway is in the audience, and Bess follows out her plan of having the flowing bowl within reach all the evening, I'm afraid it'll need an understudy along about 9 o'clock. He's a dry fellow, that Harkaway.
Exit Perkins, dragging Yardsley by the arm. Barlow calling after them.
Don't you touch it, Bob. It's potent stuff. One glass may postpone the performance.
Yardsley from behind the scenes.
Never fear for me, my boy. I've got a head, I have.
Well, don't get another.
Turning to Mrs. Perkins.
Suppose we rehearse that scene where I acquaint you with Cobb's real position in life.
Very well, I'm ready. I'm to sit here, am I not?
Seats herself by a table.
And I come in here.
Begins.
Ah, Lady Ellen, I'm glad to find you alone, for I have that to say.
Won't you be seated, Mr. Featherhead? It was such a delightful surprise to see you at the Duchess of Barncastle's last evening. I had supposed you still in Ireland.
Barlow aside.
Good. She little thinks I've just returned from Australia, where I have at last discovered the identity of the real Earl of Puddingford, as well as that of his bogus Muddleton, who, by his nefarious crime, has deprived Henry Cobb of his patrimony, of his title, aye, even his name. She little wots that this adventurer, who has so strongly interested her by his nepotic...
Mrs. Perkins interrupting.
Hypnotic, Mr. Barlow.
What did I say?
Nepotic.
Oh, how stupid of me. I'll begin again.
Mrs. Perkins desperately.
Oh, pray don't. Go on from where you left off. That's a fearfully long aside, anyhow, and I go nearly crazy every time you say it. I don't know what to do with myself. It's easy enough for Mr. Yardsley to say, occupy yourself somehow. But what I want to know is, how? I can't look inquiringly at you all that time, waiting for you to say, Ireland, oh yes, just over from Dublin. I can't lean against the mantelpiece and gaze into the fire, because the mantelpiece is only canvas and would fall down if I did.
It's a long aside, Mrs. Perkins, but it's awfully important, and I don't see how we can cut it down. It's really the turning point of the play, in which I reveal the true state of affairs to the audience.
Mrs. Perkins with a sigh.
I suppose that's true. I'll have to stand it. But can't I be doing some sewing?
Certainly not. You're the daughter of a peer. They never sew. You might be playing a piano, but there's hardly room on the stage for that. And besides, it would interfere with my aside, which needs a hush to be made impressive. Where did I leave off?
Hypnotic power.
Oh, yes.
Resumes rehearsing.
She little wots that this adventurer, who has so strangely interested her with his hypnotic powers, is the man who 20 years ago forged her father's name to the title deeds of Burnington, drove him to ruin, and subsequently, through a likeness so like as to bewilder and confuse even her mother's eyes, has forced the rightful Earl of Puddingford out into a cruel world to live and starve as Henry Cobb.
Bell.
Ah, I fancy the Bradleys are here at last. I do hope Edward knows his part.
Enter Yardsley.
They've come, and we can begin at last.
Enter Perkins, Miss Andrews, and Mr. and Mrs. Bradley.
Take off your things, Emma. Let me take your cloak, Dorothy. Does Edward feel equal?
He says so. Knows it word for word, he says. Though I've been so busy with my own...
They go out talking.
Well, Brad, how goes it? Know your part?
Like a book. Bully part 2.
Glad you like it.
Can't help liking it. It's immense. particularly where I acquaint the heroine with the villainy that—
You? Why?
Enter Mrs. Bradley, Miss Andrews, and Mrs. Perkins. Mrs. Perkins to Bradley.
So glad you're going to play with us.
So am I. It's a great pleasure. Felt rather out in the cold until—
But I say, Brad, you don't—
Howdy do, Mrs. Bradley. Good afternoon, Miss Andrews. We all seem to be here now, so let's begin. We're half an hour late already.
I'm ready, but I want to—
Never mind what you want, Jack. We haven't time for any more talking. It'll take us an hour and a half, and we've got to hustle. All off stage now, except Mrs. Perkins.
All go out. Yardsley rings bell.
Hi, Perkins, that's your cue.
What for?
Oh, hang it. Raise the curtain, will you?
With pleasure. As I understand this thing, one bell signifies raise curtain when curtain's down, drop curtain when curtain is up.
Exactly. You know your part, anyhow. If you remember not to monkey with the curtain except when the bell rings, and then change its condition, no matter what it may be, you can't go wrong. Now begin.
Bell. Perkins raises curtain.
Now, of course, I'm not supposed to be on the stage, but I'll stay here and prompt you. Enter Lady Ellen. Come along, Mrs. Perkins. Please begin.
I thought we'd decided that I was to be sitting here when the curtain went up.
So we did. I had forgotten that. We'll begin all over again. Perkins, drop that curtain. Perkins!
What?
Drop the curtain.
Where's the bell? I didn't hear any bell ring.
Oh, never mind the bell. Let her down.
I beg your pardon, but I positively refuse. I believe in doing things right. I'm not going to monkey. Ring that bell and down she comes. Otherwise—
You're very tiresome this afternoon, Thaddeus. Mrs. Perkins, we'll go ahead without dropping the curtain. Now take your place.
Mrs. Perkins seats herself by a table, picks up a book, and begins to read. Mrs. Perkins, after an interval, throwing book down with a sigh.
Hey-oh, I cannot seem to concentrate my mind upon anything tonight. I wonder why it is that once a woman gives her heart into another's keeping—
Bell rings. Perkins lets curtain drop.
What the deuce did you drop the curtain for, Thaddeus?
The bell rang, didn't it?
Yes, you idiot. But that's supposed to be the front door bell. Lady Amaranth is about to arrive.
Well, how was I to know? Your instructions to me were positive. Don't monkey with curtain till bell rings. When bell rings, if down, pull her up. If up, pull her down. I'm not a connoisseur on bells.
You might pay attention to the play.
Now look here, Bob. I don't want to quarrel with you, but it seems to me that I've got enough to do without paying attention to your part of the show. What am I? First place, host. Second place, head usher. Third place, curtain manager. Fourth place, fire department. Fifth place, best says if children holler, go up and see what's the matter. Other words, nurse. And on top of this, you say keep an eye on the play. You must think I've as many eyes as the president's message.
Oh, dear Teddy, do behave. It's simple enough.
Simple enough? Huh, well, I like that. How am I to tell one bell from another if—
Yardsley dryly.
I suppose if the clock strikes 10, you'll seesaw the curtain up and down 10 times, once for each stroke, eh?
Bradley, poking his head in at the door.
What's the matter in here? Emma's been waiting for her cue like 100 yards runner before the pistol.
Oh, it's the usual trouble with Yardsley. He wants me to chaperone the universe.
It's the usual row with you. You never want to do anything straight. You seem to think the curtain's an elevator, and you're the boy, yanking it up and down at your pleasure, and—
Oh, please, don't quarrel. Can't you see, Ted, it's growing late? We'll never have the play rehearsed, and it's barely 3 hours now before the audience will arrive.
Very well, I'll give in. Only I think you ought to have different bells.
I'll have a trolley car gong for you, if it'll only make you do your work properly. Have you got a bicycle bell?
Yes, that will do nicely for the curtain, and the desk push-button bell will do for the front door bell. Have you got that in your mind, Teddy dear?
I feel as if I had the whole bicycle in my mind. I can feel the wheels. Bike for curtain, push for front door. That's all right. I wouldn't mind pushing for the front door myself. All ready? All right. In the absence of the bicycle bell, I'll be its understudy for once. Bring.
Raises curtain.
Now, Mrs. Perkins, begin with I Wonder Why.
Mrs. Perkins rehearsing.
I wonder why it is that once a woman gives her heart into another's keeping—
Bell.
Ah, the bell. It must be he at last. He is late this evening.
Enter Miss Andrews as maid, with card on tray.
Lady Amaranth, me laddie.
Lydie, Miss Andrews. Lydie, not Luddy.
Lady Amaranth, me lady.
And please be consistent with your dialect. If it's Lydie Amaranth, it's Lydie Ellen.
Lady Amaranth, me lady.
What? Lady Amaranth? She?
Oh, dear. Excuse me, Mrs. Perkins, but you are not the maid, and Cockney isn't required of you. You must not say Lydie. Lady is...
Mrs. Perkins resignedly.
What? Lady Amaranth? She? What can she want? Show her up.
Exit Miss Andrews.
That's a first-class expression for an adventuress. Show her up. Gad, she ought to be shown up.
What can she want?
Enter Mrs. Bradley.
Oh, my dear Lady Ellen, what delight to find you at home.
Aside.
He is not here, and yet I could have sworn.
To what am I to attribute this pleasure, Lady Amaranth? I do not presume to think that you have come here without some other motive than that of a mere desire to see me. I do not suppose that even you pretend that since that contretemps of Tuesday night at the Duchess of Barncastle's, our former feeling...
Ellen, I have come to tell you something, to save you from a vile conspiracy.
I am quite well able, Lady Amaranth, to manage my own affairs.
But you do not know. You love Lord Muddleton.
Mrs. Perkins, toying with her fan.
Oh, indeed. And who, pray, has taken you into my confidence? I was not aware...
Hear me, Ellen.
Excuse me, Lady Amaranth, but you have forgotten that it is only to my friends that I am known as...
Then, Lady Ellen, if it must be so, I know what you do not. That Henry Cobb is an escaped convent.
Convict, not convent.
Is an escaped convict, and...
I am not interested in Henry Cobb.
But he is in you, Ellen Abercrombie. He is in you, and with the aid of Fenderson Featherhead.
Bell. Perkins lets curtain drop halfway, but remembers in time and pulls it up again.
Beg pardon, string slipped.
Too late. Oh, if he had only waited.
Enter Miss Andrews.
Mr. Featherhead, Lady Ellen.
Ellen, and Lydie, not Letty.
Hear me first, I beg.
Show him in, Mary. Lady Amaranth, as you see, I am engaged. I really must be excused. Good night.
Mrs. Bradley aside.
Foiled! Muddleton will be exposed. Oh, if I could have only broken the force of the blow.
Aloud.
Lady Ellen, I will speak. Fenderson Featherhead.
Enter Bradley and Barlow together. Both.
Is here, Lady Amaranth.
Each tries to motion the other off the stage.
What the deuce does this mean? What do you think this play is? An Uncle Tom combination for two Topsies?
I told him to keep out, but he said that Fenderson Featherhead was his cue.
Bradley indignantly.
Well, so it is. There's the book.
Oh, nonsense, Brad. Don't be idiotic. The book doesn't say anything of the sort.
But I say it does. If you...
It's all rot for you to behave like this, Bradley.
Isn't it time something happened to the curtain? The audience will get panicky if they witness any such lack of harmony as this. I will draw a veil over the painful scene. Brrr.
Drops curtain.
Brrr.
Raises it again.
We won't dispute the matter, Bradley. You are wrong, and that's all there is about it. Now do get off the stage and let us go ahead. Perkins, for heaven's sake, give that curtain a rest, will you?
I was only having a dress rehearsal on my own account, Bob. Bike bell curtain, push bell front door, trolley gong nothing.
Well, if you fellows won't...
Yardsley, taking him by the arm and walking him to side of stage.
Never mind, Brad. You've made a mistake, that's all. We all make mistakes at times. Get off like a good fellow, and don't come on for 10 minutes yet.
Exit Bradley, scratching his head in puzzled meditation.
Go ahead now, Barlow.
But, Mr. Yardsley, Edward has...
We'll begin with your cue.
Fenderson Featherhead.
He's here, Lady Amaranth.
But...
No. Your word isn't but, Mrs. Bradley. It's...
Consulting book.
It's insolent. You will cross my path once too often, and then...
Enter Bradley.
I know that, but I don't say that to him.
Of course not. She says it to me.
Well, of all the stupidity.
Another unseemly fracas, another veil. Brrr.
Drops curtain.
There may be a hitch in the play, but there won't be in this curtain, I'll tell you that right now. Brrr.
Raises curtain.
Well, I don't pretend to understand the difficulty. She certainly does say that to Featherhead.
Of course, it's right there in the book.
That's exactly what I say. It's in the book, but you would come on.
Well, why shouldn't I?
Enter Miss Andrews.
What seems to be the trouble?
I give it up. Collision somewhere up the road.
Yardsley, turning over the leaves of the playbook.
Oh, I see the trouble. It's all right. Bradley is mixed up a little, that's all. Fenderson Featherhead is his cue, but it comes later, Brad.
Later?
Glances in book.
Well, no, it comes now.
Are you blind? Can you read? See there.
Points into book.
No, you keep still, Jack. I'll fix it. See here, Bradley. This is the place you were thinking of. When Cobb says to Lady Ellen, Fenderson Featherhead, you enter the room, and in a nervous aside, you mutter, What? He? Does he again dare to cross my path? That's the way of it.
Certainly. That's it, Brad. Now get off and let me go on, will you?
I'm sure it's a perfectly natural error, Mr. Bradley.
But he's right, my dear Bess. The others are wrong. Edward doesn't...
I don't care anything about it, but I'm sure I don't know what else to do. If I'm to play Fenderson...
Barlow in amazement.
You?
Yardsley aghast.
Fenderson? Why, all that's lovely. What part have you learned?
The one you told me to learn in your message. Featherhead, of course.
But that's my part.
Of course it is, Mr. Bradley. Mr. Barlow is to be...
But that's what Edward was told. I saw the message myself.
Yardsley, sinking into a chair dejectedly.
Why, Ed Bradley, I never mentioned Featherhead. You were to be Muddleton.
Me?
What?
Certainly. There's nothing the matter with Barlow, and he's cast for Featherhead. You've learned the wrong part.
Bradley, searching his pockets.
Here's a telegram. There.
Takes message from pocket.
Read that. There are my instructions.
Yardsley grasps telegram and reads it, drops it to floor.
Well, I'll be jiggered.
Buries his face in his hands. Mrs. Perkins, picking up message and reading aloud.
Can you take Fenderson's part in tonight's show? Answer at once. Yardsley.
Well, that's a nice mess. You must have paresis, Bob.
I was afraid he'd get it sooner or later. You need exercise, Yardsley. Go pull that curtain up and down 6 times, and it'll do you good.
That telegram lets me out.
I should say so.
Lets us all out, it seems to me.
But I wrote Henderson, not Fenderson. That jackass of a telegraph operator is responsible for it all. Will you take Henderson's part, is what I wrote, and he's gone and got it Fenderson. Confound his...
But what are we going to do? It's 6:15 now, and the curtain is to rise at 8:30.
I'll give them my unequaled imitation of Sandow lifting the curtain with one hand. Thus.
Raises curtain with right hand.
For goodness sake, man, be serious. There are 75 people coming here to see this performance, and they paid for their tickets.
It's perfectly awful. We can't do it at all unless Mr. Bradley will go right upstairs now and learn.
Oh, that's impossible. He's learned nearly 300 lines today already. Mr. Barlow might...
I couldn't think of it, Mrs. Bradley. I've got as much as I can do remembering what lines I have learned.
It would take you a week to forget your old part completely enough to do the other well. You'd be playing both parts, the way Irving does when he's irritated, before you knew it.
I'm sure I don't know what to do.
Give it up, eh? What are you stage manager for? If I didn't own the house, I'd suggest setting it on fire. But I do, and it isn't fully insured.
Perhaps Miss Andrews and Mr. Yardsley could do their little scene from Romeo and Juliet.
Just the thing.
But I haven't a suitable costume.
I'll lend you my golf trousers, and Bess has an old shirtwaist you could wear with them. Piece it out a little so that you could get into it, and hang the baby's toy sword at your side, and carry his fireman's hat under your arm, and you'd make a dandy-looking Romeo. Some people might think you were a new woman, but if somebody were to announce to the audience that you were not that, but the Honorable R. Montague, Esquire, it would be all right, and exceedingly amusing. I'll do the announcing with the greatest of pleasure. Really think I'd enjoy it.
I think it would be much better to get up Mrs. Jarley's waxworks.
Oh, dear, Miss Andrews, never. Mrs. Jarley awakens too many bitter memories in me. I was Mrs. Jarley once, and...
But it must have been awful. If there's anything in life that could be more horrible than you with your peculiar style of humor trying to do Jarley,
Oh, well, what's the odds what we do? We're only amateurs, anyhow. Yardsley can put on a pair of tight boots and give us an imitation of Irving, or perhaps an imitation of the Roman army at the Battle of Philippi, and the audience wouldn't care as long as they had a good supper afterwards. It all rests with Martinelli whether it's a go tonight. If he doesn't spoil the supper, it'll be all right. I have observed that the principal factors of success at amateur dramatics are an expert manipulation of the curtain and a first-class feed to put the audience in a good humor afterwards. Even if Martinelli does go back on us, you'll have me with the curtain.
Thaddeus!
By Jove, that's a good idea. We have got you. You can read Henderson's part.
What? I?
Certainly.
Just the very thing.
Splendid idea.
Oh, but I say, I can't, Nonsense. I can't read.
I've often suspected that you couldn't, my dear Thaddeus, but this time you must.
But the curtain, the babies, the audience, the ushing, the fire department, it's too much. I am not an octopus.
Barlow, taking him by the arm and pushing him into chair.
You can't get out of it, Ted. Here, read up. There, take my book.
Thrusts playbook into his hand.
Here's mine too, Thaddeus. Read them both at once, and then you'll have gone over it twice.
Throws his book into Perkins's lap.
I tell you...
Just this once, Teddy, please, for me.
You owe it to your position, Perkins. You are the only man here that knows anything about anything. You frequently said so. You were doing it all anyhow, and you're host. The audience are your guests. And you're so clever, and...
But...
Enter Jennie.
Supper is served, ma'am.
Exit.
Good. Perk, I'll be your understudy at dinner while you are studying up. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly imagine that I am host, that Perkins does not exist. Come along, Mrs. Bradley. Miss Andrews, will you take my other arm? I'll escort Lady Amaranth and the maid out. We'll leave the two featherheads to fight it out for the Lady Ellen. Bye-bye, Thaddeus. Don't shirk. I'll come in after the salad course and hear you, and if you don't know your lesson, I'll send you to bed without your supper.
All go out, leaving Perkins alone. Perkins forcing a laugh.
Good joke, confound your eyes. Very well. I'll do it. Whole thing, eh? Curtain, babies, audience, host. All right, my noble thespians, wait.
Shakes fist at the door.
I will do the whole thing. Wait until they ring you up, O curtain. Up you will go, but then will I come forth and read that book from start to finish, and if any one of them ventures to interfere, I'll drop thee on their most treasured lines. They little dream how much they are in the power of you and me.
Enter Jennie.
Mrs. Perkins says, "Aren't you coming to dinner, sir?" And Mr. Yardsley says the soup is getting cold, sir.
In a minute, Jennie. Tell Mrs. Perkins I am just learning the last 10 lines of the 3rd act. And as for Mr. Yardsley, kindly insinuate to him that he'll find the soup quite hot enough at 8:30.
Exit Jennie. Perkins sits down, and taking up 2 books of the play, one in each hand, begins to read. Curtain. End of The Fatal Message.
Answering the Phone by Elizabeth Guptill. 1-act play collection 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Answering the Phone, a farce by Elizabeth Guptill. Characters.
Mrs. Courtney, read by Sonia.
Miss Eleanora Courtney, read by Gaby.
Nora Flanagan, read by Kay Hand.
Narrated by Availle. Scene 1. The living room of the Courtney home. Mrs. Courtney dressed ready for the street. She gives finishing touches to her toilet before the mirror, then steps to side door.
If anyone calls while I am gone, Nora, say I am out. Make hot biscuits for tea, and open a jar of strawberries. Be sure to answer the phone. The last girl I had didn't know what a telephone was, and ignored it all the afternoon. It made me a lot of trouble, and I had to let her go. I will leave the door open so you can hear it.
Nora, without.
I'll answer it, mem, to be sure.
Very well. I'll be back before tea time, but don't tell any caller so. Just say I'm out. If they ask when I'll return, you don't know.
Faith and I do, then, before tay-time.
I mean you must tell them you don't know. Remember now, and be sure to answer the phone.
Exit Mrs. Courtney by other side door. In a minute, Nora appears from the kitchen, looks toward that door.
Sure, and she didn't lave the outside door open, so it must be this door she was afther maning. So the last girl didn't know what a telephone was, did she? Well, sorra a bit more do I, but I'll answer it if it spakes to me civil like. It must be in this room, for this was the door she lift open. Now, is it a Polly Parrot, or what is it? Begorry, it's Nora Flanagan that don't know at all. Come, Tilly, Tilly, Tilly. Come show yourself, and let me hear the voice Availle. Where in the world doos ye kape yourself? Come, phony, phony, phony. Come, that's a good baste.
She has been looking everywhere. She now seats herself.
Stay where yez are, then. Bad cess to yez. I needn't answer yez if yez don't spake, that's sure.
Phone rings. Nora jumps with a little scream.
Sir, and I never heard the doorbell sound as near as that.
Exit. Comes back muttering.
Bad cess to them byes, a rappin' and a ringin', and then when yez go to the door, no one bees there at all.
Phone rings again. Nora runs out, but comes back to put her head through the doorway.
Faith, and I'll watch for him this time, and kitch the crathis.
Exit Nora. Phone rings again. Nora enters and seats herself.
Sure, and that's a queer thing. That wasn't the doorbell at all. I thought it sounded in this room, but there's no bell here at all. If this house is haunted, it's meself that won't stay a night in the place. I don't worrick where there's witches nor ghosts, that's flat.
Bell rings again. Nora looks at phone.
Sure, and I believe it's that little box that's making all the noise. Perhaps that's the phone now. But how can I answer it? There is no door to open.
Bell rings again.
Shut up, you sassy box. I ain't going to answer yez.
Bell rings again.
Well, ting-a-ling-a-ling, then. Does that suit yez?
Enter Miss Courtney, dressed for the street.
Why, Nora, didn't you hear the phone? You should answer it when we're not here.
Sure, and I did answer it.
Who was it?
Who was it? The old Harry himself, I believe. He kept a-ringing and a-ringing, but never a word did he say.
That's queer.
Bell rings again. Miss Courtney goes to phone. Nora watches curiously.
Hello. Yes. That's too bad. Something wrong with the line, maybe. The girl said she answered. I'm sorry, but I'm just going out and I must go the other way. Tell her I'll run in tomorrow. Yes. Goodbye.
Hangs up receiver.
Now, if it rings again, Nora, answer it. I'll be back to tea, but don't say so to anyone. Don't know. Just say I'm out and that you'll give any message.
I will do that same.
Miss Courtney goes out.
So that box is the telephone, is it? Queer things they have in Ameriky. Little rooms that goes up or down with yez, pianies that play themselves, trumpets that sing at yez, and boxes that talk to yez.
Bell rings.
There goes the thing again. Well, she put this to her ear and talked through this. Hello? It's meself. Sure, and it isn't. It's number 12 Maple Avenue, Mrs. Courtney's house. Yes, I'm the girl, Nora Flanagan. No, she's not at home. She's gone out, and the young lady, too. Sure, and she said she would be home at haytime. Oh, begorra, she said I wasn't to know when she'd be home. I'll give her a message if yez like. Who did you say? Oh, yes, Mrs. Donahue. No? Oh, Mrs. Van Houten? Is that right? Yes, I'll tell her yez hollered through the little box, but I'll not tell her yez called, for yez didn't. I never set eyes on yez. I can lie if I must for my mistress, but I shan't lie to her. Yes, goodbye to yez.
Hangs up receiver.
Sure, and I do that in fine style. It's Nora Flanagan can learn the Yankee ways. Now where was that woman, I wonder? And how did I hear the voice ever so plain? It's witchcraft, I do believe. Sure, and I'll ask the priest next time I go to confession if it's all right for a good girl to meddle with. If not, I shan't answer the crathur any more.
Bell rings.
There it goes again.
Takes down receiver.
Hello? Yes, it's Nora, sure. No, there's no one else here. Sure, it's a good hand yez are at courtin', but how do yez know how pretty I am? Yes, of course it's Nora. Odd? Yes, maybe. Yez own sounds odd, too. Yes, I caught it, but I don't care to have me ears kissed. Do I now? Well, I'm not sure. Yes, I'll tell yez tonight if yez come. The theater? Sure, I will that same. And a little supper, did yez say, afterwards? I'll be there. No, it's no freak, it's the right voice of me. Yes, I do thin a little. Well, goodbye then, me dear. Yes, at 8, goodbye.
Hangs up receiver.
To think I've got me a beau so soon, and I never set eyes on him, neither. Reginald. It's a pretty name, that is. When did he see me, I wonder?
Primps before glass.
Well, there's lots of Yankee girls not so good looking as Nora Flanagan. I must hurry up the tay and be ready when me young men gets here. Bedad, I'll be guessing he's the policeman that told me the way here. He was a fine-looking man, to be sure, and Irish by his look and brogue, but not by the name av him, Reginald. Real fine it sounds.
Exit into kitchen. Curtain. Scene 2. Same setting as before. Mrs. Courtney and Miss Courtney just being let in by Nora.
And did anyone call for me while I was out, Nora?
No, ma'am. A Mrs. Donahue hollered through the telephone and wanted me to say she called, but she never came near the door at all. She didn't seem to want nothing but to know what number this was and what my name was. Rather sassy she was, I thought.
Mrs. Donahue? I don't know any Mrs. Donahue.
Sure, and I thought she didn't know yez all the time, ma'am. She just wanted to holler through the little bell box.
Is tea ready?
It is, ma'am.
And did anyone call for me at the door or the phone?
Never a soul, miss.
To Mrs. Courtney.
Plaze, ma'am, may I have me evening out tonight instead of tomorrow?
Why, I don't know. Why?
It's invited out I am by me young man, ma'am.
But you told me you had no followers.
No more I did then, but I have one now. He called me on the phone and I said I'd go. I must, ma'am, if I lose me place.
What does he do, Nora?
He's a policeman, I believe, ma'am, and he has sweet way of making love over the phone. Sure, and I didn't know yez could kiss through those little boxes.
Oh, but where's he going to take you, Nora?
To the theater and a bit of supper afterwards, miss. May I go, ma'am?
But who is he, Nora?
Me beau, ma'am.
What is his name, I mean?
His Christian name is Reginald, ma'am.
His last name?
I forget exactly, ma'am.
Miss Courtney, suspiciously.
Are you sure it was you he called?
And who else should it be? He called me Nora Darlint and made love over the phone in great shape. Sure, and he's to get his answer tonight, so I must go.
Mamma, it was Reginald. He always calls me Nora.
Is that his name?
It's Eleanora.
Well, it's meself that don't want yez beau, but neither can yez have mine. I'll tell yez what I'll do. We'll both be ready at 8, and bedad, he can choose betwixt us.
Do you mean to say, Eleanora, that he would dare court you over the phone?
Well, he might. See, Nora, I'll show you my Reginald's picture, and if that's the one that comes, bring him in and call me. If not, you may have him. Is that fair?
Shows photo.
Sure, and if that's the man, yez can have him and welcome. It's no city dude like that Nora Flanagan wants. But bedad, if it is him, yez have to say yes or no this night, for I promised him through the little phone that yez would. Good luck to yez, miss, and good luck to me, too. If I've made a Miss Larago this time, maybe the little bell box'll bring me a good Irish beau yet. Come out to tay, and then, bedad, we'll both get ready for our beaux, and good luck to the both of us. Sure, and it's great fun answering the phone anyhow.
She goes out, followed by the others. End of Answering the Phone by Elizabeth Guptill.
Attuned by Alice Gerstenberg. One Act Play Collection 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Attuned. Character.
Grace, read by Michele Eaton.
Voice, read by Chuck Williamson.
Narration, read by Zames, Curran. Scene. Grace's room. Grace, in the negligee of soft blue, is discovered at her writing table, down left, busily writing. The room is dark, save for the lamp on the table. Grace, reading what she has written.
My dear, dear Tom, dear beloved husband. That's 3 dears, but I could write thousands, one for every mile that separates us. Are you cold this chill autumn night? Are you in a front trench tonight?
She rises to get his photograph, to look at it long and earnestly, as if expecting the photograph to speak.
Where are you tonight, dear? Can't you tell me? I feel so alone without you, and yet, sometimes at night before I go to sleep, I feel as if I could put my hand out and touch you. The power of our love carries across land and sea. I love you, Tom, with a love as limitless as the sky of heaven. Our love has been like the magnet and the needle, and our harmony complete.
She walks about.
If I listen very quietly and think of you way over there fighting, in danger, but brave, I feel sometimes as if I really heard you talking to me, as if by mental wireless. If 2 instruments can be so attuned to transmit messages through space, surely 2 souls could be as powerful. Yes, it must be so.
She goes back to the letter and writes.
You must have been thinking of me all day, or rather what is my day was your last night. It is day with you now. All your night, then you have thought of me. All my day I have felt your eyes following me, sending me beautiful thoughts of love. I found myself smiling. Mother asked me what about. I couldn't tell. I really didn't know. But of course it must have been your love, like rays of sunshine blessing me. Why did you think of me all last night?
She stops writing and asks demandingly.
Tom, why did you think of me all last night?
She rises.
Answer me. Were you a sentry on duty, not allowed to sleep? Did you have to think of me to keep yourself awake? Can't you hear me ask you that question? Answer me. He does not answer. He is not thinking of me.
She is disappointed and begins to puzzle the answer for herself.
Were you wounded, or perhaps in pain, or...
She is afraid of her next thought.
Or did they tell you you were to go over the top today? No, no, I must not imagine things. I must keep myself calm and wise and brave.
She goes back to her writing.
I am not the only one missing my beloved. There are thousands of others missing theirs. I should have had a letter from you today. Your last special delivery letter woke the whole household up at midnight. It is so strange to be living at home again, when I think of our little apartment and how happy we were.
She goes on writing. While she is writing, a part of the backdrop opens, revealing Tom, in uniform, in a distant battlefield. There is the sound of distant rumbling of artillery and all the noise of the battle intensified by red flashes, flare lights, smoke, and so forth. Tom pantomimes a charge forward and falls mortally wounded. The backdrop closes silently. Grace has neither seen nor heard the action at back. And now she starts up, staring straight ahead with horror-stricken eyes, and shrieks.
Tom! Tom! He's dead!
She revolts at the idea.
No, no, it's not true. Not so soon. He's only been over a few months. You couldn't take him from me so soon. You have no right to take him so soon. What do I care what they're fighting for over there? They've no right to come into my house and rob me of all that life was worth living for. The sacrifice asked of me is too great. You have taken my husband from me. But I defy you. I defy the injustice of it.
She begins to wilt.
But it is true. I know it. He called to me. He is dead. Oh, Tom, you were so young and strong. I am so young. There will be so many years for me to miss you, never to see you again. So many years for me alone. Oh, the long bitter nights, endless days. I shall never be happy again. I shall never smile again. The light has left my life forever.
A mystical light appears, and slowly Grace becomes conscious of a presence. Grace very slowly comes to a realization of her feelings and whispers in an awed voice.
Tom, no, dear. I am not afraid if it's really you. Oh, can it be true? You're not really gone forever. What, dear? I can't understand what you are trying to tell me. Yes, I'll listen, but I can't help the beating of my heart. I'll try to be calm and very still. I suppose it is simple if one understands. But I can't understand you very well. I see a strange light. I feel your personality. But it is so strange not to be able to touch you. Yes, I'll come closer. I am not afraid. It's wonderful to know that you are near. Oh, I wish I were dead too. It would be so much easier for both of us. It is not my time yet. How long must I wait? There are reasons why I should stay on earth and suffer. It is part of the great scheme for the progress of my soul. I shall weep the rest of my life, but I cannot help weeping. You are dead on a battlefield thousands of miles away. Yes, I know. But I miss your arms about me. What could be greater than the love of your spirit guiding me? Yes, that's true. The soul has bridged time and distance and come straight to me. Yet I shall weep for the warmth of your arms. And for the dear body, so cold on the battlefield.
She starts.
Did you say it was a joke? What is a joke? A divine jest? That all the fire and steel of war cannot really kill? That war cannot kill? The soul rises triumphant? Everybody weeps for your loss. And you aren't lost. The soul is deathless and eternal. But if war does not kill, why do we have war? To what? I didn't understand you. Oh, it's only a game to test souls, to evolve great principles. You don't mind having given up your body for them. They count so much in the great answer. But it is hard to be patient. I can't help crying. Why is it selfish and cruel to you if I cry? My crying is a magnet of sadness that weighs upon you and holds you back. But why do you want to leave me? It's a fascinating country there, with amazingly interesting things. No, you didn't say things. I don't understand your language. Like what? Oh yes, revealed truths and beautiful thoughts and marvellous minds to teach you. But if I try to smile and be happy, and not keep you by making you sad, will you promise to wait there for me? Will you help me through when it is my time to come? There is a wonderful garden beyond, with flowers like blossoms of knowledge. Oh, death, then must be very... Oh, death, then, must be very beautiful. Yes, dear, I am listening. I shall be very lonely, but I understand. and my heart is at peace. Your love has spoken to me. Your love is the voice of your soul in eternity. I shall be brave, Tom. I shall not weep. I shall let you go ahead a little. Yes, dear. Goodbye. Not goodbye, then. Just good night.
The light vanishes. There is a loud knocking at the door. A man's voice off stage, down left, calls,
Grace?
Yes, Father?
She goes to the door quickly, opens it, receives a letter.
Another special delivery from Tom, I guess. They always get me out of bed, and I'm so sleepy.
Grace closes door, tears letter open, and reads.
Tomorrow we go to the front again. I feel it is my last stay in the trenches. Perhaps by the time you receive this it will be over, but I am convinced that the soul survives the destruction of the body, and if it does, I shall come straight to you.
Curtain. End of Attuned.
The Dance of Death by Gustav Flaubert. One Act Play Collection 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Narrated by Michele Eaton.
Death, read by Tony Addison.
Satan, read by Sonia.
Nero, read by John Burlinson.
The Dance of Death. Many words for few things. Death ends all. Judgment comes to all. Death speaks.
At night in winter, when the snowflakes fall slowly from heaven like great white tears, I raise my voice. Its resonance thrills the cypress trees and makes them bud anew. I pause an instant in my swift course over earth, throw myself down among cold tombs, and while dark-plumaged birds rise suddenly in terror from my side, while the dead slumber peacefully, while cypress branches droop low o'er my head, while all around me weeps or lies in deep repose, my burning eyes rest on the great white clouds, gigantic winding sheets, unrolling their slow length across the face of heaven. How many nights and years and ages have I journeyed thus, a witness of the universal birth and of a like decay. Innumerable other generations I have garnered with my scythe. Like God, I am eternal. The nurse of earth, I cradle it each night upon a bed both soft and warm. The same recurring feasts, the same unending toil. Each morning I depart, each evening I return, bearing within my mantle's ample folds all that my scythe has gathered. And then I scatter them to the four winds of heaven. When the high billows run, when the heavens weep, and shrieking winds lash ocean into madness, then in the turmoil and the tumult do I fling myself upon the surging waves, and lo, the tempest softly cradles me, as in her hammock sways a queen. The foaming waters cool my weary feet, burning from bathing in the falling tears of countless generations that have clung to them in vain endeavour to arrest my steps. Then When the storm has ceased, after its roar has calmed me like a lullaby, I bow my head. The hurricane, raging in fury but a moment earlier, dies instantly. No longer does it live, but neither do the men, the ships, the navies, that lately sailed upon the bosom of the waters. Mid all that I have seen and known, peoples and thrones, loves, glories, sorrows, virtues, what have I ever loved? Nothing, except the mantling shroud that covers me. My horse! Ah, yes, my horse, I love thee too. How thou rushest o'er the world, thy hoofs of steel resounding on the heads bruised by thy speeding feet. Thy tail is straight and crisp, thine eyes dart flames, the mane upon thy neck flies in the wind, as on we dash upon our maddened course. Never art thou weary, never do we rest, never do we sleep. Thy neighing portends war, thy smoking nostrils spread a pestilence that mist-like hovers over earth. Where'er my arrows fly, thou overturnest pyramids and empires, trampling crowns beneath thy hoofs. All men respect thee, nay, adore thee. To invoke thy favour, popes offer thee their triple crowns, and kings their sceptres, peoples their secret sorrows, poets their renown. All cringe and kneel before thee, yet thou rushest on over their prostrate forms. Ah, noble steed, sole gift from heaven, thy tendons are of iron, thy head is of bronze. Thou canst pursue thy course for centuries, as swiftly as if borne up by eagles' wings, and when once in 1,000 years resistless hunger comes, thy food is human flesh, thy drink men's tears. My steed, I love thee as pale death alone can love. Ah, I have lived so long, how many things I know, how many mysteries of the universe are shut within my breast. Sometimes, after I have hurled a myriad of darts, and after coursing o'er the world on my pale horse, have gathered many lives, a weariness assails me, and I long to rest. But on my work must go, my path I must pursue. It leads through infinite space and all the worlds. I sweep away men's plans together with their triumphs, their loves together with their crimes, their very all. I rend my winding sheet. A frightful craving tortures me incessantly, as if some serpent stung continually within. I throw a backward glance, and see the smoke of fiery ruins left behind, the darkness of the night, the agony of the world. I see the graves that are the work of these my hands. I see the background of the past. 'Tis nothingness. My weary body, heavy head, and tired feet sink, seeking rest. My eyes turn towards a glowing horizon, boundless, immense, seeming to grow increasingly in heightened depth. I shall devour it, as I have devoured all else. When, O God, shall I sleep in my turn? When wilt thou cease creating? When may I, digging my own grave, stretch myself out within my tomb, and swinging thus upon the world, list the last breath, the death-gasp of expiring nature? When that time comes, away my darts and shroud I'll hurl. Then shall I free my horse, and he shall graze upon the grass that grows upon the pyramids, sleep in the palaces of emperors, drink the last drop of water from the sea, and snuff the odour of the last slow drop of blood. By day, by night, through the countless ages, He shall roam through fields eternal as the fancy takes him, shall leap with one great bound from Atlas to the Himalayas, shall course in his insolent pride from heaven to earth, disport himself by caracoling in the dust of crumbled empires, shall speed across the beds of dried up oceans, shall bound o'er ruins of enormous cities, inhale the void with swelling chest, and roll and stretch at ease. Then, haply, faithful one, weary as I, thou finally shalt seek some precipice from which to cast thyself, shalt halt, panting, before the mysterious ocean of infinity, and then with foaming mouth, dilated nostrils, and extended neck, turned towards the horizon, thou shalt, as I, pray for eternal sleep, for repose for thy fiery feet, for a bed of green leaves, whereon, reclining, thou canst close thy burning eyes for ever. There, waiting motionless upon the brink, thou shalt desire a power stronger than thyself to kill thee at a single blow, shalt pray for union with the dying storm, the faded flower, the shrunken corpse. Thou shalt seek sleep, because eternal life is torture, and the tomb is peace. Why are we here? What hurricane has hurled us into this abyss? What tempest soon shall bear us away towards the forgotten planets whence we came? Till then, my glorious steed, thou shalt run thy course. Thou mayst please thine ear with the crunching of the heads crushed under thy feet. Thy course is long, but courage! Long time hast thou carried me, but longer time still must elapse, and yet we shall not age. Stars may be quenched, the mountains crumble, the earth finally wear away its diamond axis, but we two, we alone are immortal, for the impalpable lives for ever. But to-day thou canst lie at my feet, and polish thy teeth against the moss-grown tombs, for Satan has abandoned me, and a power unknown compels me to obey his will. Lo! the dead seek to rise from their graves. Satan, I love thee. Thou alone canst comprehend my joys and my deliriums, but more fortunate than I, thou wilt some day, when earth shall be no more, recline and sleep within the realms of space. But I, who have lived so long, have worked so ceaselessly, with only virtuous loves and solemn thoughts, I must endure immortality. Man has his tomb, and glory its oblivion. The day dies into night, but I am doomed to lasting solitude upon my way, strewn with the bones of men and marked by ruins. Angels have fellow angels, demons the companions of darkness, but I hear only sounds of a clanking scythe, my whistling arrows, and my speeding horse. Always the echo of the surging billows that sweep over and engulf mankind.
Dost thou complain? Thou, the most fortunate creature under heaven, the only splendid, great, unchangeable, eternal one, like God, who is the only being that equals thee. Dost thou repine, who some day in thy turn shall disappear forever, after thou hast crushed the universe beneath thy horse's feet? When God's work of creating has ceased, when the heavens have disappeared and the stars are quenched, when spirits rise from their retreats and wander in the depths with sighs and groans, then what unpicturable delight for thee! Then shalt thou sit on the eternal thrones of heaven and of hell, shalt overthrow the planets, stars, and worlds, shalt loose thy steed in fields of emeralds and diamonds, shalt make his litter of the wings torn from the angels, shalt cover him with the robe of righteousness. Thy saddle shall be broidered with the stars of the Empyrean, and then thou wilt destroy it. after thou hast annihilated everything, when naught remains but empty space, thy coffin shattered and thine arrows broken, then make thyself a crown of stone from heaven's highest mount, and cast thyself into the abyss of oblivion. Thy fall may last 1,000,000 eons, but thou shalt die at last. Because the world must end. All must die. Except Satan. Immortal more than God, I live to bring chaos into other worlds.
But thou hast not, as I, this vista of eternal nothingness before thee. Thou dost not suffer with this death-like cold, as I.
Nay, but I quiver under fierce and unrelaxing hearts of molten lava, which burn the doomed and which even I cannot escape. For thou, at least, hast only to destroy, but I bring birth and I give life. I direct empires and govern the affairs of states and of hearts. I must be everywhere. The precious metals flow, the diamonds glitter, and men's names resound at my command. I whisper in the ears of women, of poets, and of statesmen, words of love, of glory, of ambition. With Messalina and Nero, at Paris and at Babylon, within the self-same moment do I dwell. Let a new island be discovered, I fly to it ere man can set foot there. Though it be but a rock encircled by the sea, I am there in advance of men who will dispute for its possession. I lounge at the same instant on a courtesan's couch and on the perfumed beds of emperors. Hatred and envy, pride and wrath pour from my lips in simultaneous utterance. By night and day I work. While men aid burning Christians, I luxuriate voluptuously in baths perfumed with roses. I race in chariots, yield to deep despair, or boast aloud in pride. At times I have believed that I embodied the whole world, and all that I have seen took place, in verity, within my being. Sometimes I weary, lose my reason, and indulge in such mad follies that the most worthless of my minions ridicule me while they pity me. No creature cares for me, nowhere am I loved, neither in heaven, of which I am a son, nor yet in hell, where I am lord, nor upon earth where men deem me a god. Naught do I see but paroxysms of rage, rivers of blood, or maddened frenzy. Never shall my eyelids close in slumber, never my spirit find repose, whilst thou, at least, canst rest thy head upon the cool green freshness of the grave. Yea, I must ever dwell amid the glare of palaces, must listen to the curses of the starving, or inhale the stench of crimes that cry aloud to heaven. God, whom I hate, has punished me indeed, but my soul is greater even than his wrath. In one deep sigh I could the whole world draw into my breast, where it would burn eternally, even as I. When, Lord, shall thy great trumpet sound? Then a great harmony shall hover over sea and hill. Ah, would that I could suffer with humanity, their cries and sobs should drown the sound of mine.
Innumerable skeletons riding in chariots advance at a rapid pace, with cries of joy and triumph. They drag broken branches and crowns of laurel, from which the dried and yellow leaves fall continually in the wind and the dust.
Lo, a triumphal throng from Rome, the eternal city. Her Colosseum and her Capitol are now 2 grains of sand that served once as a pedestal. But death has swung his scythe. The monuments have fallen. Behold, at their head comes Nero, pride of my heart, the greatest poet earth has known.
Nero advances in a chariot drawn by 12 skeleton horses. With the sceptre in his hand, he strikes the bony backs of his steeds. He stands erect, his shroud flapping behind him in billowy folds. He turns, as if upon a racecourse. His eyes are flaming, and he cries loudly.
Quick, quick, and faster still, until your feet dash fire from the flinty stones, and your nostrils fleck your breasts with foam. What? Do not the wheels smoke yet? Hear ye the fanfares, whose sound reached even to Ostia? The clapping of the hands, the cries of joy? See how the populace shower saffron on my head? See how my pathway is already damp with sprayed perfume? My chariot whirls on, the pace is swifter than the wind as I shake the golden reins. Faster and faster! The dust clouds rise, my mantle floats upon the breeze, which in my ears sings, Triumph! Triumph! Faster and faster! Hearken to the shouts of joy! List to the stamping feet and the plaudits of the multitude! Jupiter himself looks down on us from heaven. Faster, yea, faster still!
Nero's chariot now seems to be drawn by demons. A black cloud of dust and smoke envelops him. In his erratic course he crashes into tombs, and the reawakened corpses are crushed under the wheels of the chariot, which now turns, comes forward, and stops.
Now let 600 of my women dance the Grecian dance silently before me, the while I lave myself with roses in a bath of porphyry. Let them circle me with interlacing arms, that I may see on all sides alabaster forms in graceful evolution, swaying like tall reeds bending over an amorous pool. And I will give the empire and the sea, the senate, the Olympus, the Capitol, to her who shall embrace me the most ardently, to her whose heart shall throb beneath my own, to her who shall enmesh me in her flowing hair, smile on me sweetest, and enfold me in the warmest clasp, to her who, soothing me with songs of love, shall waken me to joy and heights of rapture. Rome shall be still this night. No bark shall cleave the waters of the Tiber, since 'tis my wish to see the mirrored moon on its untroubled face, and hear the voice of women floating over it. Let perfumed breezes pass through all my draperies. I would die voluptuously intoxicated. Then while I eat of some rare meat that only I may taste, let someone sing, while damsels, lightly draped, serve me from plates of gold and watch my rest. One slave shall cut her sister's throat, because it is my pleasure, a favourite with the gods, to mingle the perfume of blood with that of food, and cries of victims soothe my nerves. This night I shall burn Rome, the flames shall light up heaven, and Tiber shall roll in waves of fire. Then I shall build of aloes wood a stage to float upon the Italian sea, and the Roman populace shall throng thereto, chanting my praise. Its draperies shall be of purple, and on it I shall have a bed of eagle's plumage. There I shall sit, and at my side shall be the loveliest woman in the empire, while all the universe applauds the achievements of a god. And though the tempest roar round me, its rage shall be extinguished neath my feet, and sounds of music shall o'ercome the clamour of the waves. What didst thou say? Vindex revolts, my legions fly, my women flee in terror. Silence and tears alone remain, and I hear naught but the rolling of thunder. Must I die now?
Instantly.
Must I give up my days of feasting and delight, my spectacles, my triumphs, my chariots, and the applause of multitudes?
All. All.
Haste, master of the world. One comes, one who will put thee to the sword. An emperor knows how to die.
Die? I have scarce begun to live. Oh, what great deeds I should accomplish, deeds that should make Olympus tremble! I would fill up the bed of hoary ocean and speed across it in a triumphal car. I would still live, would see the sun once more, the Tiber, the Campagna, the circus on the golden sands. Ah, let me live.
I will give thee a mantle for the tomb, and an eternal bed that shall be softer and more peaceful than the imperial couch.
Yet I am loath to die.
Die, then!
He gathers up the shroud, lying beside him on the ground, and bears away Nero, wrapped in its folds. End of the Dance of Death.
Fancy Free by Stanley Houghton. One Act Play Collection 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Fancy, read by Sonia.
Alfred, read by Adrian Stroet.
Ethelbert, read by John Burlinson.
Delia, read by Andree-Ann Granger.
Narrator, read by Newgate novelist. The writing room of the Hotel Cosmopolitan is a tall, handsome apartment, exquisitely furnished. The great fireplace faces the spectator, with a lounge chair on each side. Near him, on his left, is a double writing table containing 2 desks opposite one another. Chairs face each desk. Still further left is a settee against the wall. On his right, a settee placed at right angles to the wall, a small low table, and a low padded armchair. There is another writing table on the right of the fireplace, and a bookcase on the left. The 2 entrances, each with double doors, are set diagonally across the 2 visible corners of the room, one right and one left. The fire is burning, and the electric lights are on. It is a little after 10 o'clock. Fancy, in an evening gown, is sitting on the right hand of the double desk, trying to compose a letter. She is petite, dark, and pretty. Alfred comes in from the left in evening dress. He is tall, fair, clean-shaven, and handsome. Fancy, looking up.
Well?
I find that the last post goes at midnight. It is now exactly 10:15.
Then I have still an hour and 3/4 in which to finish the letter.
Alfred kneels on the chair on the other side of the double desk and watches Fancy.
I am disappointed in you, Fancy. I knew that I should be disappointed in you some day, but I did not expect it to come so soon.
My dear Alfred, pray do not forget that this is no ordinary letter.
It ought not to be so difficult to tell one's husband that one has run away from him.
But I have had so little experience. I dare say I shall improve with practice.
How far have you got?
I'll read it to you. Darling Ethelbert.
Stop. Ought you to call him darling now?
Why not?
A sensitive mind might detect something inappropriate in the adjective.
I always call him darling when I write to him. I feel sure he would feel hurt if I omitted to do so on this occasion. Besides, I am still very fond of him.
Perhaps you are right. We cannot too scrupulously avoid wounding him.
Fancy, reading.
Darling Ethelbert, you will be interested to hear that since you went to Scotland on Thursday last, I have decided to run away with Alfred. You cannot have forgotten the promises we made each other on our wedding day. I am not referring to those we made publicly during the marriage ceremony, but to our private understanding that each should be entirely free and untrammeled, provided that the other's health and comfort was not interfered with. You will understand, therefore, that in leaving you and going away with Alfred, I am doing nothing that is contrary to our agreement. You would have been entitled to complain only if I had insisted on bringing Alfred home with me. That's logic, isn't it?
Yes. Feminine logic.
That is all Ethelbert has any right to expect from me.
How do you proceed?
I don't. That is the difficulty.
At any rate, Fancy, you have made it clear to Ethelbert that you have left him. That is all that is essential. You have only to wind it up now.
How? Yours faithfully?
Why not? Yours formally.
But I am afraid that is too abrupt. Ethelbert is so sensitive. I should like to wind up with something kind.
Let me see. You'll be glad to hear that we are having an awfully jolly time here.
I doubt whether Ethelbert would be glad to hear it.
Then something chatty or discursive. The Cosmopolitan is an exceedingly nice hotel. It contains no fewer than 250 bedrooms, each elaborately furnished with all modern conveniences.
Ethelbert will hardly care for such details. Besides, I do not consider that the Cosmopolitan is such a nice hotel.
It is an exceedingly expensive one. Let us endeavour to extract as much enjoyment out of it as possible.
I am sure that I should have preferred the Grand Rendezvous.
The Grand Rendezvous is, if possible, still more expensive.
What does that matter?
To you, little or nothing. It is I who have to pay the bill.
Alfred, you have the soul of a stockbroker.
Do not flatter me. I have sometimes hoped I had.
If I had realized how useless you would have been in an emergency, I doubt whether I should have run away with you.
My dear Fancy, I did not run away with you in order to conduct your correspondence. You should have advertised for a private secretary. I had hoped to be something more to you than that.
Fancy, rising.
I shall go to my room. It is quite impossible for me to finish this letter here.
Why?
This room is far too crowded.
This is not a quarrel, I trust, Fancy.
Certainly not. I hope I have too much tact to quarrel with you on the first day of our elopement.
Fancy goes to the door with her letter.
When may I expect to see you again?
The last post goes at midnight.
Fancy goes out left. Hardly has she gone than Ethelbert comes in right. He is a good-looking, dark man in evening dress. Alfred, thunderstruck.
Ethelbert!
Alfred!
My dear fellow!
How are you, old chap?
What brings you here? I understood you were travelling on business.
So am I. Extremely private business.
How singular that we should meet.
Are you here on business too?
Yes. Extremely private business also.
Come, let us sit down and talk.
He sits in the armchair right of the fire.
With pleasure. But do not let us talk here.
Why not?
This is an exceedingly dull room.
It is a very charming room.
But I assure you, I have been here quite half an hour, and nothing whatever has happened.
Then we can talk the more comfortably.
Alfred sits down reluctantly.
Where were you going when you came in here?
I was looking for the American bar.
Excellent. We will go and look for it together.
He rises.
Presently. There is no hurry.
Alfred sits down. Alfred, yawning.
Oh, do you know, Ethelbert, I feel I ought to be getting to bed.
Bed? Why, it is only 10:30.
I promised my mother. before she died, that whenever practicable, I would be in bed by 10:30.
But I want to talk to you about Fancy.
About Fancy? Do you think you ought to talk to me about Fancy? The relations of a husband and wife should be sacred, surely.
I want to ask your advice, Alfred. I have begun to suspect that Fancy is growing tired of me.
Alfred, looking at his watch.
I must positively be in bed before 10 o'clock.
Why does a woman grow tired of a man?
Because the last post goes at midnight.
No, because she prefers somebody else.
Alfred, interested.
Do you suspect that Fancy is in love with somebody else?
I do.
Who is he?
I have no idea. I wish I had.
Don't you think that you would be much happier if you remain in ignorance?
Oh, I am not thinking of myself. I am thinking of him.
Indeed?
Yes, I should like to warn him.
To warn him?
I'm afraid she'll be running away with the poor fellow.
Alfred, uneasily.
Why do you call him a poor fellow?
Fancy is so terribly extravagant. She spends money like water, especially when it is not her own.
Alfred, unthinkingly.
Have you found that out too?
Of course I found it out, and so would you if you had been married to her as long as I have. Candidly, I'm afraid Fancy will ruin the poor fellow.
What has that to do with you?
I hope I am a humane person, Alfred. I would not willingly see my worst enemy reduced to the workhouse, and this poor fellow may be one of my friends. I should be intensely sorry if one of my friends ruined himself for the sake of my wife. I can assure you that she is not worth it. In my experience, very few women are.
Ethelbert, forgive me if I point out that you are not looking at this affair in the proper way.
Indeed? In what way do you consider that I ought to look at it?
Do you mean to say that you are not indignant at the idea of another man eloping with your wife?
Not in the least.
Alfred, warmly.
Then you ought to be, that's all.
When I married Fancy, we arranged to leave each other absolutely free. I am a gentleman, Alfred. You would not have me break my word.
But it is quite inconceivable. You are without any sense of moral responsibility. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
I very often am. Aren't you?
Certainly not. I regulate my life, I am thankful to say, by a strict rule of conduct, which I observe as closely as possible. If I have lapses, so much the worse. They are regrettable, but not unnatural. At any rate, I have the immense consolation of knowing that my principles are not lax, but that I have merely failed to adhere to them for once in a way.
Believe me, Alfred, it is a mistake to have too many principles.
Why?
Because if you have too many, it is quite impossible to stick to them all. I content myself with one only.
What is that?
Never be a hypocrite. It is an excellent maxim. It permits you to do whatever you please, provided you don't pretend you are not doing it. I advise you to adopt it and to drop all your other principles.
Do you insinuate that I am a hypocrite?
Not at all.
Then you are wrong. I am.
Really? You grow more interesting every day.
Please do not flatter me. I am conscious that I do not deserve it. Ethelbert, your deplorable views about morality have awakened my conscience. I must conceal the truth from you no longer. Besides, I think it is extremely probable that you would have found it out in any case very shortly.
What do you mean?
I knew all the time that Fancy was in love with another man.
How?
Because I am that other man.
You don't say so. permit me to offer you my sincere condolences.
Thank you.
They shake hands gravely.
How fortunate that I should be able to warn you before it is too late.
Ethelbert, you must know all. It is too late. I have already run away with your wife.
Already? When did it happen?
This morning.
This morning? Then...
Yes, you are right. Fancy is actually in this hotel at the present moment.
Upon my soul, Alfred, this is most unfriendly of you.
Go on. I am conscious that I merit all your reproaches.
I call it grossly indelicate to bring Fancy to the very hotel in which I am staying.
But, hang it all, we did not know that you were staying here. You don't suppose we chose it for that reason, do you? We thought you were in Scotland.
Ah, true. I did go to Scotland. I spoke without reflecting. I beg your pardon, Alfred.
Alfred, politely.
Not at all.
A pause.
Well, and how do you get on with Fancy?
I hardly think that I am justified in venturing upon an opinion upon such a slight acquaintance.
I wonder if I may presume to offer you some advice.
By all means.
If you are going to succeed in managing Fancy, you will have to put your foot down at once.
Put my foot down?
How much have you spent today?
About £750.
I thought so.
Fancy bought a motor car this afternoon.
She will buy another tomorrow.
But I can't afford it. How did you succeed in curbing her extravagance?
I threatened to advertise in the papers that I should not be responsible for any debts contracted by my wife.
Since she is not my wife, I can hardly do that, can I?
You might advertise that you will not be responsible for any debts contracted by my wife.
Don't you think that would be a little pointed?
Perhaps it would.
No, Ethelbert. There is only one way out of this difficulty. I will resign Fancy to you.
Not on any account.
Alfred, rising.
Yes. I cannot allow you to outbid me in generosity. I will go and find her and bring her to you.
Ethelbert, rising.
For heaven's sake, don't tell my wife I am staying here.
Why not?
Because I am not alone.
Not alone?
Her name is Delia.
Alfred, indignantly.
Ethelbert.
Well, Alfred?
You shock me, gravely.
You are very thin-skinned. Have you already forgotten what errand brought you to this hotel?
Alfred, with dignity.
There is no reason why you should make my lapse an excuse of your own. Have you thought of your wife?
She need never know unless you tell her.
I thought you said that Fancy and you agreed to leave each other entirely free.
We gave each other our word of honor.
Then why do you wish to hide the truth from her?
Fancy is not a gentleman. She is a woman. She does not understand the meaning of honor.
You are trifling. I regret to say, Ethelbert, that I shall consider it my duty to inform your wife immediately of the whole deplorable business.
So be it. Far be it from me to try and induce you to act contrary to the dictates of your conscience.
Fancy comes in left with a letter.
Ethelbert.
Fancy!
How fortunate! I can give you this letter now. That will save a penny stamp.
Thank you. I will destroy the letter.
He tears it and throws it in the fire.
Oh, why did you do that? It took me such a long time to write.
I am already aware of its contents.
You have told him, Alfred?
Yes.
Then, Ethelbert, may I ask what you are doing here? I consider it grossly indelicate of you to follow us about like this. You wouldn't like it yourself.
Ethelbert has not followed us. He has come here for a reason of his own.
A reason of his own?
Yes. How can I tell you?
A pause.
Her name is Delia.
Oh, Ethelbert, how dare you?
My dear Fancy, you remember what we arranged?
I don't care what we arranged. You have had the bad taste to prefer another woman to me. I shall never forgive you.
But Fancy, listen.
I shall not listen. I don't want to hear a single word about her. Where did you meet her?
She was staying at my hotel in Edinburgh.
That was no reason why you should have spoken to her.
I didn't. She spoke to me. We were sitting at adjoining tables in the winter garden.
She dropped a glove, a handkerchief.
How did you know that?
Never mind.
Of course, I picked it up.
And what did she say to you?
She said, "Do you know you've got the most delightfully wicked eyes?" That was how it began.
Delia comes in right. She is a tall, gorgeously dressed and beautiful woman with a mass of red gold hair. Delia, in a fury.
Really, Bertie? This is too bad. I've been looking for you all over the hotel.
This, I presume, is the lady in question.
My dear Delia, I am exceedingly sorry that I have been detained. But this lady is an old acquaintance of mine. She is, in fact, my wife.
Indeed.
To Fancy.
So you are his wife.
As it happens.
I am very glad to meet you, if only to have the opportunity of complaining about the way you have trained your husband.
I did not train him.
That is just what I'm complaining about. Under the circumstances, I can forgive his leaving me alone in the lodge of a strange hotel. But his table manners are frankly uncivilized. Do you know that he reads the morning paper during breakfast?
He never does so at home.
You must not expect to make me believe that.
But it is perfectly true. During breakfast, I always read the morning paper myself.
Ha? No doubt, in self-defense.
Not at all.
I suppose one can become inert to anything in time, even to Bertie-like breakfast conversation.
That shows how superficial your acquaintance with Ethelbert is. I like his breakfast conversation because he goes on talking without stopping. Consequently, it is not necessary for me to pay any attention to him, and I can read the morning paper in peace.
This is most unkind of you both. My light breakfast conversation has always been much admired, especially by ladies.
To Delia.
I'm sure you will alter your opinion if you will only do me the favour, Delia, of listening a little more carefully tomorrow morning.
Certainly not.
I beg your pardon.
She will have no opportunity of listening to you more carefully.
Why not?
Because you will breakfast with me tomorrow morning.
Oh, very well. Then perhaps you will do me the favour of listening more carefully.
I fancy that during breakfast tomorrow you will be fully occupied in listening to me, for once in a way. I do not think that I shall have sufficient time to say all I wish to say to you tonight. You have provided me with a very fruitful topic.
But, my dear Fancy, I fear we can hardly pursue it tonight. We both appear to have previous engagements.
Delia, to Ethelbert.
You have no previous engagement.
Delia!
It is cancelled.
You are cruel, Delia.
It is your own fault. How can you expect any self-respecting woman to put up with the treatment I have received from you?
May I ask what further complaint you have to make about my husband?
He has no sense of decency. I consider it grossly indelicate of him to bring me to this hotel, whilst you're stopping here. I have never been treated in such manner before.
I think you take a very proper view of the affair. Ethelbert ought to be thoroughly ashamed of himself.
Goodbye, Bertie.
She holds out her hand.
I shall never listen to your light breakfast conversation again.
And goodbye, Alfred.
She holds out her hand.
My only regret is that I shall never know what your light breakfast conversation is like.
Don't say that, Fancy. Why shouldn't we all four have breakfast together in the morning?
No, I am sorry, but I must draw the line somewhere.
You are right. You have the most perfect taste. I am beginning to admire you immensely. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Good night, Alfred.
Good night, Fancy.
Come, Ethelbert.
She takes his arm. Ethelbert, to Delia and Alfred.
Good night.
Fancy and Ethelbert go out left. A pause. Delia, raising her eyebrows.
Well,
Well,
and what do we do now?
would you like some supper?
No, thanks.
She sits in an armchair by the fire.
You may order me some champagne if you like.
Willingly.
Alfred rings an electric bell, then sits facing Delia in the other armchair. They look straight at each other for a time. Delia, at length, leaning forward.
Do you know? You've got the most delightfully wicked eyes.
Curtain. This play should be acted with the most perfect seriousness and polish. It should not be played in a spirit of burlesque. It should be beautifully acted, beautifully costumed, and beautifully staged. End of Fancy Free.
The Good Samaritan by Rita Benton, One-Act Play Collection 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Narrator read by Twinkle.
Prologue and Epilogue. Read by Zames, Curran.
First Thief, read by Lydia.
The Second Thief, read by Estherman Simonides.
Third Thief, read by Anusha Iyer.
The Jew, read by Thomas Peter.
First Servant, read by Michele Eaton.
Second Servant, read by Chuck Williamson.
The Priest, read by Charlotte Duckett.
First Levite, read by Michele Eaton.
Second Levite, read by Rupert Holiday.
The Good Samaritan, read by Sonia.
Host, read by David Olson.
Enter the prologue.
And behold, a certain lawyer stood up and tempted him, saying, Master, what should I do to inherit eternal life? And he said unto him, What is written in the law? And he answering said, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and all thy soul, and all thy strength, and with all thy mind, and thy neighbor as thyself. And he said unto him, Thou hast answered right. Do this, and thou shalt live. But he, willing to justify himself, said unto Jesus, And who is my neighbor? And Jesus spake unto them this parable.
The prologue draws to one side and stands watching the action of the parable. The thieves pop their heads out of the shrubbery and advance cautiously.
Hark ye, brothers, I have sure word that one of our profession is coming this day from Jerusalem to Jericho, bearing rich merchandise.
To join our band?
Fool, I mean a rich man.
Oh, hey, a very rich man.
A very rich man.
We will share his ill-gotten gains in right neighborly fashion, if he be willing.
But if not?
If not, with a crack on the head.
Aye.
Aye.
They listen, then creep cautiously into shrubbery. Enter the Jew and his servants. They carry big bales of merchandise and advance fearfully.
Come on, my men, come on, what do you fear?
Master, I like not the look of the lonely road. They say thieves lie in wait there to rob rich travellers.
Jew, casting a worried look around.
Then hasten, hasten.
He passes out.
Thieves, thieves! Have we no sticks, no cudgels?
So have the thieves.
Faint heart! Hath not the master paid us yellow gold to guard his merchandise to Jericho?
Aye, would I were in Jerusalem again.
Suddenly he clutches the other.
Yonder, did not see something stirring.
Bah!
Shakes him off.
Let us but say a prayer.
His knees knock together. The Jew re-enters and beckons angrily.
Hurry, ye fools, it will be night ere.
Loud and piercing whistles and cries come from shrubbery. The servants drop their goods and flee wildly.
Stay, stay! Ah, the good gold pieces I paid you, rascals!
He tries to gather together his goods.
Hey, hey!
The thieves gather closely round him.
Master, wilt help 3 poor and hungry men?
Jew looks up and cries,
Help! Help!
'Tis a neighborly year. Our stomachs yearn for some of thy rich wine.
He lays hold of the Jew's wine bottle. Jew, resisting,
Help! Help! Thieves!
Bat him over the head!
They do so. He falls. First thief, drinking of bottle.
Ah!
Second thief, opening Jew's pack and eating.
Ah!
Third thief, trying on Jew's outer garment.
Ah! Ha!
The first thief makes a grab at the garment. Struggle. All fight for the goods. Suddenly all listen, then flee, taking the goods with them. The Jew groans. Enter the priest. He regards the Jew.
What is this? A dead man, surely. I must notify the authorities. Yet, 'twould be very awkward to be detained and questioned. They will find him sooner or later. A dead man, surely.
The Jew groans. The priest stops his ears and hastens out. Enter 2 Levites.
One cannot come by this road without finding signs of thievery and murder.
It gives the district a bad name.
We might carry him as far as your home.
Nay, if I brought the fellow there, my wife might not like it. Let us carry him to your home.
We'd better not meddle, I reckon. After all, it's no affair of ours.
We'll tell the innkeeper to send and fetch him.
Jew groans. The Levites hurry out. Enter the Samaritan.
Ah, too bad.
He bends over Jew.
Courage, my friend.
Jew groans. The Samaritan binds up his head.
Canst walk as far as the inn yonder.
He assists Jew to rise.
They have stolen my all. I am ruined, ruined, ruined.
Samaritan, cheerfully.
Better ruined than dead.
They approach the inn. He cries,
Mine host, ho, ho.
Knocks. Enter the host. The priest and Levites follow, peering over the host's shoulder.
I found this poor fellow in the road, beaten by thieves, no doubt.
First Levite, to host.
It's the fellow I told you of.
To Samaritan.
Good heavens, fellow, why didst carry him hither, and wake honest people up in the dead of night? The thing to do was to notify the authorities. You cannot go to the rescue of every man you see in trouble.
Why not? We are all brothers.
Bah!
The Levites retire.
But, fellow, it is no concern of yours. He is a Jew, and you are a Samaritan.
Well, sir, we all have one father.
Humph!
He turns and goes.
Will you take him in? Here is 2 pence for thy care of him, and whatsoever thou spendest more, when I come again, I will repay thee.
I will obey thee, sir.
He supports Jew with his arm.
Farewell.
He goes. Host, watching him go.
He's a good fellow. That is, for a Samaritan.
He leads Jew within. The epilogue advances.
Priest, Levite, Samaritan, which of these 3 thinkest thou proved neighbor unto him that fell among the thieves?
Epilogue passes out. End of the Good Samaritan.
In 1999, by William C. DeMille. One Act Play Collection 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In 1999, A Problem Play of the Future, by William C. DeMille. Characters: Jean, a New York woman.
Read by Sonia.
Rollo, her husband.
Read by John Burlinson.
Florence, their friend.
Read by Anusha Ayer.
Scene: Jean's apartment in New York. Time: early evening, October 1999 AD. Scene. A handsomely furnished apartment. Door to bedroom right. Door to hall left. Sofa up. Hat rack back, with Rollo's cap hanging on it. Small table with easy chairs, ashtray, match safe, and sewing basket, filled with the usual fittings on table. Other furniture as desired, hangings, etc. Discovered. At rise, Rollo is discovered in an easy chair left of table. He is a man of about 30, dressed in evening clothes, with large bows in his patent leather pumps. He has been sewing. He is folding up a small garment, presumably for a child. Taking another, in the process of making, from the basket. Business of using emery, putting on the thimble, knotting thread, sews quietly. Jean, from inside room.
Rollo.
Rollo, sweetly.
Yes, dear?
What time is it?
Rollo, looking at the watch on wrist.
7:45, dear.
Pause, during which Rollo sews quietly on.
Rollo.
Yes, dear?
Did you sew that button on my coat?
Of course, dear.
Pause. Rollo continues to sew quietly.
Rollo.
Yes, dear?
Where's my cigarette case?
Under the bed, dear.
A growl from the bedroom.
The baby was playing with it, and I didn't like to ask Patrick to look for it. He's so touchy this week, and the housework has been heavy.
Jean emerges from the room. She is a small woman of 32, in evening dress, wrap over arm.
Housework heavy, eh? Well, what the devil do I pay that boy Patrick for?
Crosses to sofa, throws wrap on it.
It's very hard to get anyone for domestic service, Jean. The boys all prefer the department stores.
They're getting too damned independent.
Rollo, shocked at damned.
You must have had a hard day downtown, dear.
Yes. Business is rotten.
Lighting a cigarette.
I'm getting tired of waiting for that wave of prosperity. Last year everyone said, wait for 1999. The tariff will reduce the price of food.
Yes, and the cost of living will go down.
Well, 1999 is almost over, and we're still waiting.
Don't be discouraged, dear. I'm sure times will be better. And I've been economizing.
Showing the garment he has been sewing.
See? I've almost finished little Rollo's.
Jean, her face softening.
Yes. Rollo's getting to be quite a big boy now, isn't he? Let's see. How old is he?
11 months.
So he is. But I'll be late.
Crossing to sofa.
You're going out?
Yes. Some of the girls at the club.
Oh, you promised to take me to see Bernhardt in Ophelia.
Did I?
He nods.
Well, I'm sorry, dear, but a matter of business came up and... Anyhow, Bernard's getting old.
Yes, but this is her farewell performance and...
Oh, now for heaven's sake, Rollo, don't worry about it. I say I can't take you, and that's all there is to it.
You never spend an evening at home any more. It's been weeks since we've had a cozy chat together.
That's the New York life. I can't help it. A woman's got to see other women. She has to keep in touch with the world. And the club is the place where...
Rollo, bitterly. Jean turns away, bored and annoyed, after first words.
The club. Always the club. And what about me?
Pounds chest.
Your husband. I have no club to go to. I sit here night after night waiting for you to come home. If you do come home, waiting, trying to pretend I'm not lonely. But I am. I am lonely, Jean. Lonely and unhappy.
Sinks, crushed in chair, breaks down, and hides face in hands.
Hell.
To Rollo.
Now look here, Rollo. Don't be unreasonable. You've got the child to amuse you.
Unreasonable? I suppose it's unreasonable to want to see something of my wife.
unreasonable to ask some return for the freedom I gave up when I married you. But that's always the way. The man gives everything, the woman nothing.
Jean, crossing thoughtfully to left, turns, crossing halfway back to right, looking at Rollo closely.
Rollo, are you sure you have given up everything so completely?
What do you mean?
Jean, crossing further right, looking fixedly at Rollo.
I mean, Florence. She's been coming here a good deal lately.
Tosses his head defiantly.
Well, what of it?
Only this. Your name and hers have been connected too often. It's been going around the club that since she made her money... But I won't repeat the rumors.
Rollo, trying to conceal his agitation.
Why shouldn't you? Unless you believe them.
Jean, down to Rollo, looking into his eyes.
No, I don't believe them. But be careful, Rollo. Everyone knows you cared for her once.
Ha! A schoolboy fancy. But if it were true, and if I still cared for her, why shouldn't I? It's a man's right to have a certain amount of attention.
Rising.
It's for you to be careful, Jean, not to drive me by your neglect to the point where I must turn elsewhere for sympathy.
Turns away and seats himself.
That's all.
Jean, crossing back of table, extinguishing cigarette on stand on table.
It's useless you making a scene.
Angrily crossing back of table to chair, stands.
We've been all over this before.
Your child hardly knows its mother, Jean, and... Tell me, have I lost my beauty? Am I less attractive now than when you married me?
No, of course not. Why can't you understand that married life can't be one long honeymoon? I'm no different from other women.
Leans over table to Rollo, patting cheek.
You're morbid. That's what the trouble is.
Morbid. Well, why don't you go? Whatever happens, don't be late for the club.
Jean, irritably, picks up coat.
Very well.
Opens door, pauses, over shoulder.
I'll try to be home early, but don't wait up for me.
Turns and exits left. Rollo, looking into space, then his eyes fall on the small garment, and he buries his face in it. The doorbell, off stage, rings.
Florence.
Chokes back sobs, recovers with a defiant toss of head. Rises, goes to Mira. Florence knocks on door. Rollo hurriedly removes traces of his grief, arranges tie, smooths hair. Florence knocks again.
Come in.
Florence opens door, stands revealed. Florence is a handsome woman of about 30, wearing evening dress. Rollo stands at the sight of her.
Florence.
Florence, coming in and rushing towards him from door.
Rollo!
Rollo stands away from her, shrinks back towards chair.
What's the matter?
You shouldn't have come.
Why not?
She has begun to suspect.
Who? Your wife?
Rollo nods.
Yes.
Sinks in chair.
Well, it had to come sooner or later. You're not happy, Rollo.
Oh, yes. I am quite happy.
Oh, I know you say you are, but I can see she neglects you.
Rollo looks at her in dumb assent.
And I've come tonight to tell you that things can't go on like this.
Like this?
Yes. It was all a mistake. You should have married me. But of course I was poor.
Rollo turns to protest.
But...
Oh, I'm not blaming you. A man must marry a woman who can make him comfortable. And if Jean had treated you well, I'd have taken my medicine like a woman. But she hasn't. And in spite of all our care, rumor has begun to connect our names.
That is why you mustn't come here any more.
Florence, crossing to beside Rollo's chair.
And what will you do with your life? No. If rumor has begun to work, then the time has come to justify it.
Standing behind chair, puts arms around Rollo's shoulders from back.
You know I love you, dear.
Draws Rollo into her arms.
There's never been any other man in my life. Why should we both lose life's happiness because of a foolish mistake?
Don't tempt me, Florence. I'm not myself tonight. I'm all unstrung. I can't fight you.
Breaks away from embrace.
I ought to order you to leave my house after what you've said.
But you won't, Rollo. You won't. And the reason is...
Draws Rollo back into her arms.
That you know I'm right.
No, you're wrong.
Breaking away from embrace.
Oh, but you're so strong. And I'm only a man.
Bows head in hands, miserably.
That's not it, dear. You love me.
Rollo attempts denial.
Yes, you do. And you're wasting your life trying to deny that love. But it won't be denied. It's nature calling upon us to right the wrong that has been done her. Come.
Rises and takes Rollo's hand. Helps him 2 feet. Leads him.
Come. Let me take you away. We'll go to Italy until the fuss has blown over.
Rollo breaks away from her. Over to chair. Florence is left standing thwarted near door.
No. Oh, go, please. Please go.
Sinks in chair. Florence stares fixedly at Rollo. Dramatically crosses back of table to Rollo, seated in chair. Seats herself on arm of chair.
When I go, you'll come with me.
Rollo turns from her, lays head in hands on table.
You've never seen Venice, have you, dear?
Venice.
Yes, we'll see it together.
Cheek to cheek.
And out there, in our gondola, with the lights and music around us, and the wavelets lapping underneath, we'll dream away these last dead years, until there's nothing left but the present, ourselves, and love.
Rollo, closing his eyes in ecstasy.
It would be beautiful, but...
Leans away from Florence's arms.
And you've never known love. How could you when I had the key to your heart? But we'll unlock love's treasure chest and read life's meaning in each other's arms.
Rollo, raising clasped hands pleadingly.
And you'll love me and protect me?
Leans head trustingly against Florence. Florence, tenderly, sweetly, caresses Rollo's hair.
Always, always. I'll shield you with my life.
Rises, holds Rollo's hand.
Come, dear. Come.
Leads Rollo. In passing table, Rollo's hand touches little garment. He stops. Stung to realization, agonized at parting. Shows garment to her. She turns away. He sinks into chair, to which he staggers. Buries head in hands in little garment, which he still retains. Florence crosses to him, takes garment gently away from under face. Rollo gasps sobs as she draws it out. Florence crosses back of table and drops it on it. Back to Rollo's chair.
Come, dear. Come.
Helps him to rise. They take a few steps, pause, stand at arm's length, then, as if hypnotized, slowly fall into each other's arms. As they stand thus clasped, Jean throws open the door on the threshold, horrified. Rollo sees her first, breaks away from Florence's arms. Florence, with back to Jean, but realizing who it is,
Jean!
Jean, about to strike, then controlling herself in a tense, unnatural, calm voice.
Well?
Florence, controlling herself, holding Rollo's hand protectingly as Rollo crouches in fear beside chair.
There's nothing to be said. You see how it is.
Yes, I see. I trusted you, Florence.
Florence drops her eyes.
And I trusted him.
Forgive me saying so, Jean, but a man needs more than trust. You could have prevented this. But now it's too late.
Yes, it is too late.
Starting towards her.
Damn you!
Rollo, throwing himself between.
Jean!
Jean throws him to the floor.
Don't touch me.
Takes step as if to strike him as he lies there, controlling herself, standing over him.
How long have you been her master?
Rollo, with a moan, grovels on floor. Florence, crossing to Jean and stepping over Rollo.
Don't blame him, Jean. I swear I never touched his lips till tonight.
Jean stares at her doubtfully.
Oh, I tried. But your neglect has finally done what my love alone would have failed to do.
To Rollo, on floor, half kneeling.
Come, Rollo.
Jean throws Florence away from Rollo. Gets between her and Rollo.
Yes, go with her. That shall be your punishment. Go with her. I won't prevent you. Soon your beauty will fade, and she'll tire of you. And then you'll begin to sink. And then the life of shame. And then the river.
Pointing to floor.
Now go.
Crossing front to right of table. Florence crosses to coat. Gets cigarette case from it. Seats herself on the arm of sofa, contemptuously listening, cigarette in hand. Rollo, bitterly, half crawling across floor to chair.
How easy it is to be just with your woman's justice. You say I've broken my marriage vow. Well, what of your own? You promised to love and protect me, and you haven't done it. It's the old story. One law for the woman, another for the man. Oh, I know what you'll say. Custom, always custom. One member of the household must be pure and spotless. Yes, but why must it be the man? Tell me that. Why must it be the man?
Jean turns to Rollo.
Civilization decrees it, and custom demands it. The laws of society were not made by you or me. They are stronger than we are.
Lifting two fingers on high.
Because they are founded on wisdom and logic.
Yes, but it's pretty hard on a man who makes one false step to be damned forever, cast out as a thing unclean, while you women can go your own way, committing sin after sin, and no one thinks the worse of you.
The usual paltry excuses, the cry of the libertine forever seeking to justify his crime. I've told you, I'm through with you. Now, go.
Rollo rises pleadingly to Jean, who stares, and points to door unforgiving. Rollo staggers blindly, sobbing, over to hat rack, takes cap, suddenly remembers the child, looks to bedroom door, goes frantically across stage to Jean, standing hard.
But our child, you'll let me see.
Jean, extending arm, barring his way.
You are not fit. Go.
Rollo starts back as if struck, then sobbing goes to Florence, waiting for him with extended hand. She leads him out. He goes off ahead of her. She pauses at door, turns head to Jean, gives a contemptuous laugh, over shoulder, exits. Jean stands in front of table, staring at vacancy, puts hand back of her to table, touches little garment, starts, clutches it, staring at it in terrified misery.
Our child. My poor little fatherless boy. What can I tell him when he asks where his father is? For now, I shall never be sure that Rollo was his father.
Stand sobbing, face buried in little garment. Curtain. End of In 1999.
Phipps by Stanley Horton. One Act Play Collection 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Phipps, read by John Williamson.
Lady Fanny, read by Sonia.
Sir Gerald, read by Adrian Strowett.
Narrator, read by Newgate novelist. Scene. The library of Sir Gerald's London house is a handsome, comfortable place with very few books in it. There are plenty of easy chairs, rugs, rich hangings, and good watercolours. Sir Gerald and Lady Fanny are discovered in the midst of an absorbing, if not a heated, colloquy. Both are about 30 and extremely good-looking. They wear evening clothes, which cause them to look even less than 30 and more good-looking than ever. Sir Gerald is slight in build, and his enemies might call him a bit of a dude. He is a pleasant enough fellow, nevertheless. Lady Fanny is gorgeous and shimmering, acute and witty, full of hasty enthusiasms and queer impulses. You like her, but she is a disconcerting woman all the same. You never know what she is going to say next. Sir Gerald is standing in the middle of the room, and Lady Fanny is leaning forward in an armchair. Suddenly she rises and sweeps towards Sir Gerald with a superb gesture.
Very well then, hit me. Hit me. Hit me, do you hear?
Sir Gerald steps forward as if about to strike her and raises his arm, but instead of hitting her he merely scratches his head in a perplexed way.
Well, why don't you hit me? I'm waiting to be hit.
She turns her cheek meekly towards him as if it were a kiss she is expecting and not a blow.
Yes, but I don't think that's quite the idea.
You are reluctant to strike a woman even if she is your wife?
On the contrary, if I must strike a woman, I prefer that she be my wife. I have no objection to striking you, my dear. Only it is no good doing it in private. In that case, you would be unable to prove my cruelty.
The judge ought to take my word for that. Indeed, if the case comes before Sir Frederick Mitchie, I am sure he will, because I know him so well.
Sir Frederick is a model of courtesy, and I am certain that he will spare you all the trouble he possibly can. But I'm afraid that he will confirm my view that the law insists upon my being cruel to you in public.
It will not be necessary, I trust, for you to strike me at the opera or the Ritz.
That would be overdoing it. It would betray the amateur. Reticence is the mark of the true artist. But if you wish to get a divorce, there must be a witness of some sort when I strike you.
Ring for the servants.
Sir Gerald, shocked.
The servants? My dear, perhaps I am prudish and even old-fashioned, but the servants.
Then one of the servants.
Which one?
What do you think about Cook?
I never think about Cook.
I mean as a witness.
Oh, I'm afraid that Cook might be inclined to talk.
Perhaps you are right. She is naturally a gossip. I suggested her because she has already been married 3 times, and would probably make an interested and even a sympathetic spectator.
Why not your maid?
Robinson? No. Robinson knows quite enough about me already.
There's that parlour maid, the one with frizzy hair.
She's much too young. I should prefer Phipps.
Phipps? My dear Fanny, Do you think Phipps would like it?
You might hint to him that we would consider it in his wages.
But Phipps is a most respectable man.
That is why I should prefer him. He is discreet. I could place myself in his hands without reserve.
He is certainly a perfect butler.
Will you ring for him, dear?
Willingly.
Sir Gerald rings the bell.
You absolutely decline to give me those pearls.
Absolutely.
Very well. As soon as Phipps arrives, you will be good enough to strike me.
Certainly. That is the idea, I believe.
Yes. I think about here.
She chooses a position in the middle of the room and places Sir Gerald conveniently opposite to her.
That will do nicely. By the way, Gerald, you won't hurt me, will you?
I am a gentleman, Fanny. I hope that I shall always behave as one, no matter what provocation you offer me.
Thank you, Gerald.
At the same time, Fanny, I must remind you that although I shall not use actual violence, it will be necessary that you convey the impression that I'm hurting you.
Oh, I see. Of course.
She nods.
Very well. I promise you I'll do that. Hush. Here he is.
They take up their attitudes again. Phipps, a large, pleasant, discreet man of 45, enters and stands by the door. Lady Fanny, as before.
Very well, then hit me. Hit me. Hit me, do you hear?
Sir Gerald steps forward and strikes Lady Fanny. Crying out.
Oh, oh, you've hit me. You coward.
Lady Fanny collapses into the easy chair, sobbing. Her prostration is so complete that she might have been run over by a steamroller, instead of having been rather delicately slapped upon the shoulder. As she cowers in the chair, Sir Gerald steps forward with a threatening air, evidently intending to strike her again. Phipps, however, rapidly advances, hits Sir Gerald a sound blow under the jaw, catches him by the coat collar and flings him aside, tripping him up as he does so, in such wise that Sir Gerald tumbles onto the floor in a heap. Phipps stands calmly over the prostrate baronet, in the attitude of a butler awaiting orders.
You rang, my lady?
Lady Fanny stares open-mouthed at Phipps.
Was this what you rang for, my lady?
He indicates the figure of Sir Gerald. Lady Fanny, admiringly.
Phipps, how strong you are. I never knew before that you were so strong.
Sir Gerald attempts to get up.
I beg your pardon, sir. But if you don't lie quiet, I shall be obliged to knock you down again. With all respect to you, sir.
Do you know that you've nearly broken my jaw?
I am aware, sir, that I have taken rather a liberty with you, but, as man to man, you will understand that I had no alternative.
Confound you! Would you let me get up?
Sir Gerald sits on his haunches and scowls up at Phipps.
I think it would be better, sir, if you would retain your present position for the moment.
Sir Gerald, to Lady Fanny.
This is all your fault, Fanny. It was your idea to ring for Phipps.
To Phipps.
Go away and send cook here.
I am sorry, sir, but unless I can have some assurance that you will behave yourself, I cannot trust you with any woman, not even with cook.
But what do you propose to do now, Phipps? We cannot prolong this situation indefinitely.
I propose to remain here until I have Sir Gerald's word of honour that he will strike neither you, my lady, nor cook, for whom he asks in his wrath, in the hope, no doubt, that I shall permit him to treat her differently from you, because of her inferior station. It is true that cook's father is a greengrocer in the Edgware Road, and that yours, my lady, is a duke. But though I am a sound conservative in politics, I confess that I am unable to consider distinctions of rank where a woman is in distress or danger. In such a case as this, I am not a butler, but a man, and, as a man, I feel that I stand in loco parentis both to you, my lady, and to cook. I represent Mr. Perkins, the greengrocer, as well as his grace.
Phipps, how blind I have been! You have been a perfect butler for 3 years without my ever suspecting that you were a man.
Yes, my lady, that is the secret of my success as a butler.
Sir Gerald makes an attempt to get up.
Do you mind remaining in a semi-recumbent position, sir?
To Lady Fanny.
I am extremely sorry that I have forgotten myself on this occasion, my lady, but I can assure you that I shall try and not let it occur again.
For heaven's sake, Fanny, make the fellow let me get up.
Oh, yes, Phipps, you must allow Sir Gerald to get up now. I undertake that he will behave himself.
Very good, my lady.
Phipps assists Sir Gerald to rise.
I can take your word for it, I'm sure.
Phipps takes a small clothes brush out of a desk drawer and brushes Sir Gerald's coat.
We are very much obliged to you, Phipps. Perhaps I should say I am very much obliged to you for the devotion you have shown today. It is painful for me to have to tell you that it is mistaken. You have been deceived by appearances.
Phipps, brushing.
Appearances, my lady?
Perhaps I should say by my talent for acting. You never saw me play in the theatricals at Tadsworth in the old days, did you?
I never had that pleasure, my lady.
Phipps replaces the brush and stands attentively by Lady Fanny.
On more than one occasion I was mistaken for a professional.
A professional actress, my lady?
Certainly.
I am not surprised, my lady. It is surprising how little experience some of our better-known actresses possess.
Damn it all! We seem to be drifting into a discussion about the stage now.
One moment, Gerald. Phipps, I find, is an intelligent critic of modern acting.
To Phipps.
You never realized that when Sir Gerald struck me, my emotional outburst was assumed.
Not for one moment, my lady.
He is an extremely intelligent critic of acting. Sir Gerald did not hurt me, Phipps. At least, not very much.
I cannot imagine Sir Gerald hurting anybody very much.
To Sir Gerald.
I beg your pardon, sir. I'm sure you did your best.
Don't apologise to me, pray. I can't help feeling that you would be able to discuss my character more freely if you would allow me to retire.
Not at all, sir. Your presence does not embarrass us in the least.
I asked Sir Gerald to strike me.
Ah, my lady, it is good of you to try and shield Sir Gerald. You'll be telling me next that you rang for me in order to come and see him strike you.
As a matter of fact, that is precisely what did occur. We were in a slight domestic difficulty, and we required your assistance.
Look here. Is there any need to tell all this to Phipps?
If I am to be of any use, sir, it will be necessary for you to tell me everything. Otherwise, I can hardly give you the full benefit of my advice.
I have just had a violent quarrel with Sir Gerald.
I have observed with regret that you have had a great many quarrels with Sir Gerald of late.
This is by far the worst that we have ever had. Sir Gerald complains that I am extravagant.
I appeal to you, Phipps, as a married man. You are married, aren't you?
Not at present, sir. I was married. My wife divorced me.
Oh dear. How was that?
My dear, ought we to ask?
There were very excellent reasons for the step.
How glad I am that we decided to have you in, Phipps. Your experience will be most useful. I am going to divorce Sir Gerald.
Oh, my lady, reflect. I hold no brief for Sir Gerald, but, after all, he is your husband.
Yes, that is why I am going to divorce him.
I hope you will think twice before doing so, my lady.
We have not shocked you, I trust, Phipps.
No, my lady, I have lived with you too long to be easily shocked. But since you have been good enough to take me into your confidence, I beg leave to urge you most strongly to make it up with Sir Gerald.
Look here, Phipps. We didn't invite you here to give us a lecture.
Then, sir, may I ask why you did ring for me?
We rang for you to be a witness. From your past experience, you must be aware that it is necessary for a woman to prove both adultery and cruelty before she can obtain a divorce.
Or desertion and cruelty.
There is no difference. The one implies the other. Now do you understand our difficulty?
Forgive me, my lady, if I say that the difficulty does not seem to me an insuperable one.
Oh, the desertion, or what do you call it, would be easy enough, of course, especially to Sir Gerald. It is the cruelty that presents the difficulty. You see, whatever Sir Gerald has done, he has never made a practice of hitting me.
I hope I know where to draw the line.
We were expecting that you would understand everything and would help to make things all so easy for us. Phipps, am I to be disappointed in you after all?
No, my lady, that shall never be.
To Sir Gerald.
You and her ladyship have definitely decided to separate?
Yes.
Nothing I can say will prevent you.
Nothing.
Nothing.
There is, excuse me, no other lady?
Certainly not. I can't afford to keep her ladyship, let alone anybody else.
You shall not have to reproach me with that much longer.
Then may I point out that you have selected a most unpleasant mode of accomplishing your object. To divorce Sir Gerald, it will be necessary for you to transact a lot of cumbersome legal business, to appear in court, and have your photograph in the papers, and generally to go through a great deal of disagreeable publicity.
All that is quite true, but I don't see how it can be avoided.
Quite easily, my lady.
How?
By letting Sir Gerald divorce you.
Divorce me? But I have given him no reason to do so.
Ah, my lady, don't let a little thing like that stand in the way.
Eh?
It is all so simple. You have only to order Robinson to pack for you, to select a congenial companion, and to leave the country. Sir Gerald does the rest. It is as easy as taking a Kodak photograph.
Really, Phipps, there is something in what you say. Gerald, what do you think?
Well, it's an idea.
They consider the matter for a moment.
There is only one thing troubling me. The choice of the... What did you call him, Phipps?
The congenial companion, my lady?
Yes, the congenial companion. What a charming way of putting it.
If you would permit me to suggest a name, my lady, the Earl of Skye.
Tony? I am very fond of Tony.
She considers.
No, Phipps. Lord Skye is going to Norway salmon fishing on Saturday. We could hardly expect him to put off his trip just to oblige us in this trifling matter. Gerald, can't you think of someone?
What about Harry Roughwood?
No go. He's down with measles.
Oh, bad luck.
He scratches his head.
I don't know who we could get.
It is too bad of you, Gerald. You are stupid.
They all reflect with the utmost earnestness.
I wonder, my lady, if in this emergency you would allow me to make another suggestion.
Of course, Phipps. Have you thought of some other man?
I have, my lady.
But is he available? He may have some other engagement.
Whether he is available depends upon you and Sir Gerald, my lady.
Why? Who is he?
I was referring to myself, my lady.
You?
You?
There is a pause.
Oh, but, Phipps, we could hardly expect you to undertake a responsibility of this sort, especially at your present wages.
It is true, my lady, that you have only engaged me as your butler, but seeing that you are placed in a difficulty, I should be perfectly happy to make myself useful in any capacity.
It's jolly good of you, Phipps. It is indeed. But we couldn't think of giving you so much trouble.
No trouble at all, Sir Gerald. On the contrary, it would be a pleasure.
Oh, would it?
This is quite an idea. I'm sure, Gerald, that you would prefer a nice, respectable man like Phipps to go with me. We must think it over thoroughly. Sit down, Phipps.
If it's all the same to you, my lady, I should feel more comfortable standing.
I insist. Sit here by me.
Lady Fanny crosses to a settee and makes room for Phipps on it by her side. Phipps unwillingly takes the seat indicated.
You said it would be a pleasure. What did you mean by that?
My lady, now that I know that you and Sir Gerald are estranged, I can speak freely. For the past 3 years I have cherished an ardent affection for your ladyship.
Sir Gerald, startled.
Eh? What's that?
Phipps, do you really mean it?
I know it is a great liberty, my lady, to entertain such sentiments towards you. But even a butler is capable of a human attachment, and, under the circumstances, I hope that you will be inclined to overlook it this time.
And you have managed to conceal your feelings all these years?
It has been a struggle, my lady. I have been torn between conflicting emotions. My duty seemed to be to give you a month's notice, but then came the reflection that if I did so, I should never see you again.
My poor Phipps, my heart bleeds for you. What devotion!
You do not mind, my lady?
I have never been loved like this before. It is a new sensation. Tell me more about yourself. Why did your wife divorce you?
Well, my lady...
Sir Gerald, who has been roaming about behind the settee in some agitation of mind.
I say, I'm afraid I'm in the way here.
Not at all, sir.
I'll go into another room if I'm disturbing you.
Believe me, sir, I had clean forgotten you were there.
Be quiet, Gerald. I don't mind you stopping here if you won't talk. Go on, Phipps. What is it that you propose?
That instead of divorcing Sir Gerald, you adopt the far easier course of going away with me, and allowing Sir Gerald to divorce you. That would be much pleasanter for all parties. I should never have dared to suggest such a thing, if it were not that your ladyship and Sir Gerald have given each other notice, as it were, leaving you, so to speak, temporarily without a place. I can give you no diamonds, no pearls, my lady. All I can offer is the sincere and pent-up devotion of a man of 45, in good health and preservation. Could you bring yourself to accept it, my lady?
Lady Fanny, closing her eyes in rapture.
Oh, this is wonderful. Gerald, you never speak to me like this.
You could hardly expect him to do so, my lady, seeing that you are his wife.
Dare I go with you? What would it be like to love a man for himself alone?
Looking at him earnestly.
Phipps, you fascinate me, strangely.
May I ask what you propose to live on? Will Phipps support you on the emoluments he gains as a butler, or do you yourself intend to take up a position as a lady's maid?
There you touch the main difficulty. I fear that her ladyship will find herself in rather poor circumstances for a time, unless you, sir, should think of making her a settlement.
I'm damned if I'll make her a settlement.
Gerald, there is no need to get angry, even if you are ashamed of being mean.
I'm not mean.
Oh, yes, you are. First you refused to buy me the pearls, and now you refuse to make us a settlement. I call it worse than mean. You are a perfect dog in the manger.
I didn't refuse to buy you the pearls. I said I couldn't afford to buy them unless I sold Cleveley's.
That comes to much the same thing as refusing, doesn't it?
My lady, I am waiting for your answer.
Sir Gerald eagerly.
Hold on a bit. One moment, please. Phipps.
Phipps bowing.
I beg pardon, sir.
He steps back a pace.
Look here, Fanny. If I sell Cleveley's and buy you the pearls, will you promise not to ask me for anything else for a whole year?
A year's too long. I might consider 6 months.
6 months?
He looks at Phipps and reflects. Phipps, under the impression that he may now speak, takes a step forward. Sir Gerald intercepts him quickly.
All right, 6 months.
And you'll buy me the pearls. That's a promise.
Yes.
Then there will be no need for us to get divorced at all, will there?
Phipps anxiously.
My lady.
Oh, yes, Phipps. I am sorry to disappoint you, Phipps.
You have decided to remain with Sir Gerald, my lady?
For the present. It will be so much less trouble after all. But we need not regret the circumstance which caused us to invite your cooperation. It has enabled us to become more closely acquainted than I had thought possible. I am intensely obliged to you for all your kindness. You see how valuable your advice has proved. I hope we shall have the benefit of it on many future occasions.
No, my lady.
No?
Never again, my lady.
Oh, but why not, Phipps?
I regret, my lady, that I cannot remain any longer in your service.
But why? To leave us just when we were beginning to know each other more intimately?
That is just it, my lady. I have been so perfect a butler to you for 3 years that you never suspected that I was a man. Now you know that I am a man, I shall never be a perfect butler to you again. I give you a month's notice, my lady.
Phipps bows and goes out of the room. Sir Gerald wiping his brow in relief.
What a man!
Oh, Gerald, if only you would try to be more like him.
The curtain falls quickly, leaving Sir Gerald staring at Lady Fanny in surprise. Curtain. End of Phipps. The Story of Rachel by Lady Florence Bell. One Act Play Collection 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Captain William Carteret, read by John Burlinson.
Rachel, read by Sonia.
Narrator, read by Newgate novelist. The Story of Rachel, a play in 1 act. Characters: Captain William Carteret, R.N. About 48. Rachel, his wife, 28. A maid, not a speaking part, who only brings in a letter. Rachel and Carteret sitting in their comfortable drawing-room. Rachel in armchair right centre near a table, cutting a book with a paper knife. Carteret on small sofa, left centre, with a little table near him on which is an ashtray. He is smoking and reading the Pall Mall Gazette.
Don't you agree with what I'm saying? I'm sure men are like that. Will, do you mean to say you don't agree?
Yes, I dare say.
I know quite well what it means when a man says in that way, "Yes, I dare say," and goes on reading. It means you're not thinking of what I'm saying. You're thinking of nothing but the paper.
Well, there are very interesting things in the paper.
Of course there are. And it's still more interesting trying to guess which of them are true. But still it is rather boring that you should be reading the newspaper while I'm talking.
Oh? I thought you were talking while I was reading the newspaper.
That is a one-sided view, I must say.
Carteret smiles, shakes the ash off his cigarette, and goes on reading without speaking.
It is a pity you don't enjoy my society, isn't it?
Great pity.
Will, I suppose that you like me as I am.
Absolutely and entirely. Even when you talk unceasingly when I'm having a quiet read and smoke before dressing for dinner.
Anyhow, you would have to be interrupted soon, because you must go up when the clock strikes and see Mary in bed.
Yes, the little monkey. I should never hear the end of it if I didn't. She's a tremendous tyrant, isn't she?
Yes, I wonder what she'll be like when she grows up.
Like her mother, I dare say. Apt to talk when her husband's reading.
Tonight I want to talk. Do listen, Will. Just this once.
Carteret smiles and puts his paper down on his knee.
Just this once. If you're sure it won't happen again.
I was thinking about what men are like and what women are like.
You see, men don't want to be taking their souls to pieces perpetually as women do, to see what they're made of.
But it is so interesting to do it, even if one is afraid of what one finds there.
Afraid?
Oh, yes. There are times when I'm thinking of things, when I'm all over the place. I can't help it.
All over the place? Yes, that's quite true. You are.
Well, as I said, I've been thinking, and I see that in heaps of ways men and women are so different.
That's a very profound remark. Don't get beyond my depth, Rachel, pray.
Will, you horrid old thing. But I don't care for you laughing at me. I'll go on. Men are so simple.
And women so complicated?
Sometimes. Men take things and people for granted so much more than women do. Sailors, I do believe, especially are made like that. You take things for granted. You like everybody. You believe in everybody.
Well, my experience has shewn me that you come fewer croppers in life if you believe in people than if you're suspicious of them. It may be an illusion, but that's my experience.
I wonder. And there is another great difference. Women, so many women, are cowards. Afraid, always afraid.
Afraid of what, you foolish creature?
Of all sorts of things. I was full of terrors when I was a child. Not only of robbers and ghosts, of absurd things that never happened, but of people who were cross or unkind, of everything. And then I was left by myself, and I was poor, and had to earn my own living. It was dreadful.
Well, that's all over. You needn't think of it any more. I'll take care of you, never fear. Nothing and nobody shall frighten you now.
Oh, I know. I have always felt what a rock of defense you were ever since that first evening when we had broken down in the motor, and you stopped yours beside us in the dark.
And found you, the pretty little governess by the side of the road with the son of the house, having broken your employer's motor. By George, you looked frightened then. I don't think I ever saw a more woe-begone little object than you were, standing there huddled together, looking as if you were trying to escape from the lights of the motor.
Yes, those horrible lights that would keep blazing away all around us. And oh, I did so want to hide, to sink under the earth, never to be found again.
Come, it wasn't as bad as that. Though I must admit, it was pretty awful when we had to go back and face your infuriated employer.
Rachel shudders at the thought.
I think she had a case, mind you. Going out for a joyride with her son at that time of night in her car.
Oh, the rapture of that moment when you stood up for me, And then when you found out you had known my dad.
Rather a good moment, that. A trump card, wasn't it?
I can hear you saying it now. Tom Ferrer, my old shipmate. Oh, the relief of it. The relief.
Oh, poor little girl.
But we needn't think about it. And you were there, and you brought me back with you, and then, as they say in the fairy tales, we married and lived happily ever after.
Except that I had to go off to the Cape directly afterwards. Good Lord! How I used to laugh at the other men on board when they were waiting to go ashore to see their wives and babies, or to come back home when they were aboard. I used to think what fools they were. But they weren't. I was the fool, all right, and now I know better. I have done just the same. And after getting that splendid ship I was so proud of, and after always saying that I would not take a shore-going job for the world, I jumped at this job at the Admiralty just to be near you and Mary. And oh, I am so glad I did.
We are awfully happy, aren't we?
Awfully.
Mary. Mary. How I love that child. I love her absurdly, fiercely. If I tried to love her more, I couldn't. I have sometimes a wild sense of the joy of having her that makes me afraid of fate. Men aren't like that, I dare say.
No, I don't believe they are. They just love, and love their child, that's all.
Yes, that's all. And that's everything.
And that's everything.
Rachel sitting looking before her, Carteret leaning back in his chair looking up at ceiling, not at her.
That night at Simonstown that I got your telegram saying the child was born, that you had a daughter, it was so wonderful, so impossible to understand. That night, I remember, after I knew, I went for a blow on the quarter-deck quite late, before turning in the sort of dark it is out there when the sky is deep purple, and the huge stars are blazing in it like holes opening into glory. And I kept saying to myself, a child. I have a child. My child. I really believe for a while I was almost mad. It seemed to me that the plash of the sea, the choppy little waves beating against the gangway ladder were answering me, saying the same thing, too. My child. Life had changed in that hour, and I wondered if I could go on waiting for the moment when I should be with you both. I didn't tell any of them about it out there. I didn't trust myself. I didn't know what I should say if I began to speak of it.
You would have been all over the place.
I believe I should, for once. Good old Tom. I was with him when he died in the East. He would have been glad to know I had got his little girl out of a scrape.
And that you had married her.
Well, he would have thought me a bit old for you, perhaps.
You're not to say that. You're just the right age.
You really think so?
Of course I do.
Now, Rachel, were you in love with that young Thornton?
No, I don't think I was. It was a boy and girl sort of thing.
Yes, boy and girl. I suppose when there are young people together, that sort of thing happens.
Oh, don't say it in that tone. You don't mean to say you're jealous of him because he was young.
Jealous? Of you? Of my wife? No.
Well, some people are. They always are in books.
I'm not in a book, and that sort of thing isn't good enough for me. I wonder what became of Thornton. Have you ever heard anything of him?
Will, how different you are from other people.
Why?
You find me on the road in the dark with a young man. How do you know I was not running away with him?
Well, If you were, you weren't doing it very successfully. To tell the truth, there were so many things to think of that night after fettling up the motor and taking you back, that I hadn't time to wonder what you were after.
As a matter of fact, I have heard something about Jack Thornton. He's dead.
Dead? How do you know?
I saw it in an evening paper 6 weeks ago. It was a night you were away inspecting at Portsmouth or something. I meant to tell you. It was a horrible story. He was in East Africa. He went there to farm. He was one of a party who had a skirmish with some natives. They had quarreled about something, and he and another Englishman were killed.
Oh, a bad business. Yes, I am sorry.
I was not, very. I couldn't bear to think of all that time he had been mixed up in. No, when I heard that he was dead, it was a relief. I don't want to be reminded of him, to be reminded of all that time. Oh, Will, if you knew what the sense of security and happiness is of being married to you. I do love you.
I'm very glad to hear it. Look here. Confess you weren't in love with me when we married.
We married so very soon, you see. I hadn't time.
You didn't fall in love at first sight, as I did.
But I was as quick as I could. Before we had been married a month, I adored you.
Did you really, Rachel?
You know I did.
Yes, I know it too. But I like hearing you say it.
You ought to believe it by this time without having to be told.
Of course I do. Oh, Rachel, I wonder if you knew the absolute trust I have in you. How I love and reverence you more than I could put into words. And how I wonder every day at the great gifts that have come to me from you and the child. My life is overflowing with happiness. And when I think of those lonely days when I was going ahead, thinking I had got all I wanted, and I had nothing, darling, I must try to be worthy of it all.
He stands up by her. She holds out her hand to him. He takes it in both his, then they part as the maid comes in with a letter. Carteret takes it, looks at it, and throws it down on the table.
Nothing for me. How dull the Evening Post always is.
You shall have half of mine. It looks fearfully dull, too.
Yes, a letter of that shape always is. It's about business, I suppose.
She leans back in her chair and goes on cutting the book with a paper knife.
And then the brutes stick it down so that you can't get it open.
No great loss, I dare say. Here.
She throws him the paper knife and leans back idly, comfortable in her chair. Carteret takes the knife and cuts it open.
Oh, Rachel!
What is it? Who is it from?
It's from Threffield and Bixley solicitors. They're Jack Thornton's solicitors.
Rachel, aghast, stands up transfixed. Carteret is so full of the letter that he doesn't look at her.
Listen. Dear Sir, we have to inform you that we have received from East Africa the will of our late client Mr. John Thornton, deceased, in which he instructs us that a third of the fortune he acquired there is to be assigned on her 21st birthday to Mary Carteret.
He is going to turn over the page when Rachel rushes forward with a shriek.
Wait, don't turn over. Wait, stop, I want to tell you something. First, say you won't look.
Rachel! What is it? You are not well? Is it hearing about this so suddenly?
He makes a movement. She thinks he's going to turn the page.
Don't. You promised you wouldn't. I want to tell you what is on the next page before you read it. I know how it goes on. Mary Carteret, his child.
Rachel, what has happened to you?
Mary Carteret is his child. Jack Thornton's child. Yes, Mary is Jack Thornton's child.
A silence. Carteret stands looking at her, seizing her wrists.
It isn't true. Is it true? Is it?
Oh, you heard me.
Is it true?
Yes. Read it. Turn over the page now.
Carteret has the letter in his hand still. He looks at the bottom of the page he has read and turns it over with shaking hands and reads what is on the next.
Now you know it's true. You see yourself what it says.
Carteret waits a moment, gazing at the page, then looks up at her.
It doesn't say so.
Doesn't say so?
No. To Mary Carteret, his godchild.
Oh, it's not in the letter, and I told you. I myself.
Rachel, I still don't believe it. You don't know what you're saying.
Yes, I tell you it's true. And I've told you. I did. If I hadn't, you wouldn't have known.
What? It is true, then? And that is all you can think of? That you needn't have told me? That if you had not, you could have gone on pretending?
We should have gone on being happy, and now it's gone.
Happy? You could have lived with that lie in your heart and been happy?
The lie was buried. He was dead. I was safe. We were happy. We should always have been happy. Now he is dead.
But the truth? Do you care so little about the truth?
The truth can be so terrible.
Is that what women are like?
Oh, women are afraid. All these years I have been so terrified, so haunted by terror, till I knew he was dead. Then I thought I was safe. I used to think, suppose you ever came to know it. I tried to tell you at first, I did indeed, but my heart died at the thought. And then when I fell in love with you, and saw how desperately you cared for Mary...
Don't.
I couldn't. And then I thought it was in the letter, and you'd see it, and so I told you. I told you.
His godchild? Is that true?
Rachel shakes her head.
A lie, too, like all the rest. Oh, my God!
He sits down and buries his face in his hands.
And if the letter hadn't come, I should have gone on being fooled to the end. You had better have told me, Rachel, before we married. I should have done exactly what I did. I should have married you all the same.
Rachel moves with an irresistible impulse of love and gratitude towards him.
No, you needn't go on with that now. I shouldn't have had those illusions. I shouldn't have had that dream of love and pride in the child. But I should not have had this ghastly awakening. Good God! That night that I told you about just now, the night I first heard... I've never told another human being about that night of revelation, of knowing what it meant to have a child. And it was all a lie. It was none of it true. She's not my child. I have no child. She's a child without a name.
No, I won't have you say that. She has your name, your splendid name. Will, you're not going to take it from her. You're not going to make her suffer for something she had no part in.
Am I likely to make a child suffer? Do you understand me as little as that? It is not the child who will have to endure.
The clock strikes the hour. They look at each other.
Are you going up to her?
No.
I'll go instead. She'll be wondering.
No. You shall not go from here. I must have the truth. All you've kept back. The whole of this damnable story.
I can't. You terrify me when you look like that.
I must have it. I must know. Do you understand? I must have the truth.
Rachel tries to make up her mind to speak.
Go on.
They were all so unkind to me there, when I was the governess.
Go on. That's not what I want to hear.
Jack. Oh, I can't.
Do you understand that you are not going from here till you have told me?
Oh, when you look like that, I feel I have no one.
She buries her face in her hands.
Go on. Let me hear.
Rachel waits. He takes down her hands. She looks up at him, then makes up her mind and begins again.
He was the only one who was kind and...
And what?
He made love to me.
You let him make love to you?
Yes.
The scoundrel.
Now then you know it all.
No, not all. Were you going away with him that night?
Yes. He said we must be married. I knew we must.
Yes. You had to marry someone.
Rachel looks at him imploringly.
Go on to the end.
He was going to East Africa. He was to sail next day, and I was going with him. We were going up by the late train to be married in the morning, and we meant to leave the car at the station with a letter to his parents. And then the car broke down by the roadside, and you came, and the next day he sailed. Now you know it all.
Yes. That sounds like the truth at last. I know that I've dragged the truth from you bit by bit. My God! I was far enough from it that night when I thought I was protecting an innocent little girl who was being bullied by her employer. You called me simple just now. I was simple indeed.
Yes, you were simple and trusting and wonderful. You say you would have married me all the same if I had dared to tell you. I know you would. It would have been like you, like your greatness and goodness. But oh, how could I tell you? How could I? Oh, Will, you say you could have forgiven me then. Can't you forgive me now?
Forgiveness? What does forgiveness matter? There's no belief when trust is gone. Rachel, I believed in you as I believe in my Redeemer. You knew I did. What was in your thoughts this very evening, was it? Or was it another lifetime? When I told you how I trusted and reverenced you, did you feel nothing but mockery at the success of your deceit?
No, no. I thought when you were telling me what a great pure heart you had, how I would try to be worthy of you.
Oh! Worthy of me? By letting me believe every day of our lives something that was false? False?
Oh.
Something that had never been? Oh, I can't bear it.
Oh, don't let Mary know.
Don't speak her name. Can't endure it yet.
Don't let her suffer. Oh, don't let suffering come to her. Let me have it all.
You have it all. Is that what you think? Suffering is all around us, everywhere, like the darkness.
He sits on sofa, covering his face with his hands.
The darkness. Will, I'm so frightened. You have been my shelter, my rock, my love. Help me now. Help me. I cannot do without you.
She stands looking at him, waiting for him to speak.
You need not be so frightened. I will always shelter you and your child.
Rachel stands for a moment as if transfixed, then speaks.
I am going up to say good night to her. She will be lying awake.
Carteret, as she slowly turns away, puts out his hand, the other still covering his face.
Poor little Rachel.
She takes his hand, timidly. They clasp hands and loose them again. It is not a lover's embrace, it is a compact between them. Curtain comes down as Rachel goes out. Carteret still sitting with his face hid in his hands, broken with emotion. End of The Story of Rachel.
Where But in America by Oscar M. Wolfe. One-act play, Collection 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Narrator read by Twinkle.
Molly Espenhain, read by Rose 33.
Bob Espenhain, read by Rat 1260.
Hilda, read by Hannah M.B.
The curtain rises on the Espenhain dining room. It is furnished with modest taste and refinement. There is a door, center, leading to the living room, and a swinging door, left, leading to the kitchen. The table is set, and Robert and Molly Espenhain are discovered at their evening meal. They are educated, well-bred young Americans. Robert is a pleasing, energetic businessman of 30. Molly an attractive woman of 25. The bouillon cups are before them as the curtain rises.
Molly, I heard from the man who owns that house in Kenilworth. He wants to sell the house. He won't rent.
I really don't care, Bob. That house was too far from the station, and it had only one sleeping porch. And you know I want white enameled woodwork in the bedrooms. But, Bob, I've been terribly stupid.
How so, Molly?
You remember the Russells moved to Highland Park last spring?
Yes, Ed Russell rented the house that had just been built.
A perfectly darling little house, and Fanny Russell once told me that the man who built it will put up a house for anyone who will take a 5-year lease, and she says that the man is very competent, and they are simply delighted with their place.
Why don't we get in touch with the man?
Wasn't it stupid of me not to think about it? It just flashed into my mind this morning, and I sat down at once and sent a special delivery letter to Fanny Russell. I asked her to tell me his name at once, and where we could find him.
Good. You ought to have an answer by tomorrow or Thursday, and we'll go up north and have a talk with him on Saturday.
Wouldn't it be wonderful if he built just what we want? Fanny Russell says every detail of their house is perfect. Even the garage. They use it.
Molly, that's the one thing I'm afraid about, the North Shore plan. I've said repeatedly that I don't want to buy a car for another year or two. But here you are talking about a garage already.
But you didn't let me finish what I was saying. The Russells have fitted up their garage as a playroom for the children. If we had a garage, we could do the same thing.
Well, let's keep temptation behind us and not even talk to the man about a garage. If we move up north, it must be on an economy basis for a few years. Just a halfway step between the apartment and the house we used to plan. You mustn't get your heart set on a car.
I haven't even thought of one, dear.
Bob and Molly have now both finished the bouillon course and lay down their spoons. Reaching out her hand to touch the table button, and at the same time leaning across the table and speaking very impressively.
Bob, I'm about to ring for Hilda.
What of it?
You know very well what of it. I don't want Hilda to hear us say one word about moving from the south side.
But Molly,
interrupting hurriedly and holding her fingers to her lips in warning. Psst! The next instant Hilda enters. She is a tall, blonde Swedish girl, about 25 years old. She is very pretty and carries herself well, and looks particularly charming in a maid's dress, with white collars and cuffs, and a dainty waitress's apron. Every detail of her dress is immaculate. Speaking the instant that Hilda appears, and talking very rapidly all the time that Hilda remains in the room. While she speaks, Molly watches Hilda rather than Robert, whom she pretends to be addressing.
In the last game, Gert Jones was my partner. It was a frame apiece, and I dealt and I bid one no trump. I had a very weak no trump, I'll admit that, but I didn't want them to win the rubber. Mrs. Stone bid 2 spades, and Gert Jones doubled her. Mrs. Green passed, and I simply couldn't go to 3 of anything. Mrs. Stone played 2 spades, doubled, and she made them. Of course, they put them out and gave them the rubber. I think that was a foolish double of Gert Jones, and then she said it was my fault because I bid 1 no trump.
As Molly begins her flow of words, Bob first looks at her in open-mouthed astonishment. Then, as he gradually comprehends that Molly is merely talking against time, he too turns his eyes to Hilda, and watches her closely in her movements around the table. Meanwhile, Hilda moves quietly and quickly, and pays no attention to anything except the work she has in hand. She carries a small serving tray, and, as Molly speaks, Hilda first takes the bouillon cups from the table, then brings the carving knife and fork from the sideboard, and places them before Robert, and then, with the empty bouillon cups, exits left. Bob and Molly are both watching Hilda as she goes out. The instant the door swings shut behind her, Molly relaxes with a sigh, and Robert leans across the table to speak.
Molly, why not be sensible about this thing? Have a talk with Hilda and find out if she will move north with us.
That's just like a man. Then we might not find a house to please us, and Hilda will be dissatisfied and suspicious. She might even leave. Of course, I must speak to her before we sign a lease, because I really don't know what I'd do if Hilda refused to leave Southside. But there, we won't think about the disagreeable things until everything is settled.
That's good American doctrine.
Warningly, and again touching her fingers to her lips. Psst! Hilda enters, left, carrying the meat plates, with a heavy napkin under them.
I think my last year's hat will do very nicely. You know, it rained all last summer, and I really only wore the hat a half a dozen times, perhaps not that often. I can make a few changes on it, put on some new ribbons, you know, and it will do very nicely for another year. You remember that hat, don't you, dear?
Bob starts to answer, but Molly rushes right on.
Of course you do. You remember you said it was so becoming. That's another reason why I want to wear it this summer.
Hilda, meanwhile, puts the plates on the table in front of Bob and goes out, left. Molly at once stops speaking. Holding his hands over the plates as over a fire, and rubbing them together in genial warmth.
All the good hot plates. She never forgets them. She is a gem, Molly.
If you are finally convinced of that after 3 years, I wish you would be a little bit more careful what you say the next time Hilda comes in the room.
In open-mouthed astonishment.
What?
Well, I don't want Hilda to think we are making plans behind her back.
A man's house is his castle. It's very evident that the Englishman who first said that didn't keep any servants.
Telephone bell rings off stage.
Answer that, Bob.
Won't Hilda answer it?
Standing up quickly and speaking impatiently.
Very well, I shall answer it myself. I can't ask Hilda to run to the telephone while she is serving the meal.
Sullenly, as he gets up.
All right, all right.
Bob exits, center. As he does so, Hilda appears at the door, left, hurrying to answer the telephone.
Mr. Espenhain will answer it, Hilda.
Hilda makes the slightest possible bow of acquiescence, withdraws left, and in a moment reappears with vegetable dishes and small side dishes, which she puts before Mrs. Espenhain. She is arranging these when Bob re-enters center.
Somebody for you, Hilda.
For me? Oh, but I cannot answer it now. Please ask the party to call later.
Just take the number yourself, Hilda, and tell the party you will call back after dinner.
Thank you, Mrs. Asperhain.
Hilda exits center. Bob stands watching Hilda as she leaves the room, and then turns and looks at Molly with a bewildered expression, standing at his chair.
But I thought Hilda couldn't be running to the telephone while she serves the dinner.
But this call is for Hilda herself. That's quite different, you see.
Oh, yes, of course, I see.
Sits down in his chair.
That is, I don't quite see.
Immediately leaning across the table and speaking in a cautious whisper.
Do you know who it is?
Bob closes his lips very tightly and nods yes in a very important manner.
Who?
Looking around the room as if to see if anyone is in hiding, and then putting his hand to his mouth and exaggerating the whisper.
The terrible Swede.
Roberts, I've told you 100 times that you shouldn't refer to the man in that way.
And I've told you 100 times to ask Hilda his name. If I knew his name, I'd announce him with as much ceremony as if he were the Swedish ambassador.
Oh, don't try to be funny. Suppose someday Hilda hears you speak of him in that manner.
You know, that's mild compared to what you think of him. Suppose someday Hilda learns what you think of him.
I think very well of him, and you know it. Of course, I dread the time when she marries him, but I wouldn't for the world have her think that we speak disrespectfully of her or her friends.
A man's home is his castle.
Molly's only answer is a gesture of impatience. Molly and Bob sit back in their chairs to await Hilda's return. Both sit with fingers interlaced, hands resting on the edge of the table, in the attitude of school children at attention. A long pause. Molly unclasps her hands and shifts uneasily. Robert does the same. Molly, seeing this, hastily resumes her former attitude of quiet waiting. Robert, however, grows increasingly restless. His restlessness makes Molly nervous, and she watches Robert, and when he is not observing her, she darts quick, anxious glances at the door, center. Bob drains and refills his glass. She has been watching Robert, and every time he shifts or moves, she unconsciously does the same, and finally she breaks out nervously.
I don't understand this at all. Isn't today Tuesday?
What of it?
He usually calls up on Wednesday and comes to see her on Saturdays.
And takes her to the theater on Thursday and to dances on Sundays. He's merely extending his line of attack.
Another long pause. Then Bob begins to experiment to learn whether the plates are still hot. He gingerly touches the edges of the upper plate in 2 or 3 places. It seems safe to handle. He takes hold of upper and lower plates boldly, muttering as he does so,
"Cold as..."
Drops the plates with a clatter and a smothered oath, shakes his fingers and blows on them. Meanwhile, Molly is sitting very rigid, regarding Bob with a fixed stare, and beating a vigorous tattoo on the tablecloth with her fingers. Bob catches her eye and cringes under her gaze. He drains and refills his glass. He studies the walls and the ceiling of the room, meanwhile still nursing his fingers. Bob steals a sidelong glance at Molly. She is still staring at him. He turns to his water goblet, picks it up and holds it to the light. He rolls the stem between his fingers, squinting at the light through the water, reciting slowly as he continues to gaze at the light.
"Starlight, star bright, will Hilda talk to him all night?"
Oh, stop that singing.
Bob puts down his glass, then drinks the water and refills the glass. He then turns his attention to the silverware and cutlery before him. He examines it critically, then lays a teaspoon carefully on the cloth before him, and attempts the trick of picking it up with the first finger in the bowl and the thumb at the point of the handle. After 1 or 2 attempts, the spoon shoots on the floor far behind him. Molly jumps at the noise. Bob turns slowly and looks at the spoon with an injured air, then turns back to Molly with a silly, vacuous smile. He now lays all the remaining cutlery in a straight row before him, slowly counting the cutlery and silver back and forth.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catcha.
Stops suddenly as an idea comes to him, gazes thoughtfully at Molly for a moment, then begins to count over again.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Hilda's talking to her beau. If we holler, she may go. Eeny, meeny.
Bob, if you don't stop all that nonsense, I shall scream. I believe I'm going to have one of my sick headaches.
Puts her hand to her forehead.
I know it. I can feel it coming on.
Hunger, my dear, hunger. When you have a good warm meal, you'll feel better.
What do you suppose I ought to do?
Get out in the kitchen and fry a couple of eggs.
Oh, be serious. I'm at my wit's end. Hilda never did anything like this before.
What does that fellow do for a living anyhow?
How should I know?
Did you ever ask Hilda?
Certainly not. Hilda doesn't ask me about your business. Why should I pry into her affairs?
Taking out his cigarette case and lighting a cigarette.
Molly, I see you're strong for the Constitution of the United States.
What do you mean by that?
The Constitution says, whereas it is a self-evident truth that all men are born equal.
With a wave of the hand.
Hilda and you and the terrible Swede, and I and...
Bob, you're such a heathen. That's not in the Constitution. That's in the Bible.
Well, whatever it is, until this evening I never realized what a personage Hilda is.
You can make fun of me all you please, but I know what's right. Your remarks don't influence me in the least. Not in the least.
How true. Why don't they get married? Do you know that?
All I know is that they are waiting until his business is entirely successful, so that Hilda won't have to work.
Well, the Swedes are pretty careful of their money. The chances are Hilda has a neat little nest egg laid by.
That's one thing that worries me a little. I think Hilda puts money into the young man's business.
Do you mean to tell me that this girl gives her money to that fellow and you don't try to find out a thing about him? Who he is, what he does? I suppose she supports the loafer.
He's not a loafer. I've seen him. I've talked with him. I know he's a gentleman.
Molly, I'm getting tired of all that kind of drivel. I believe nowadays women give a good deal more thought to pleasing their maids than they do to pleasing their husbands.
Well, you know, Bob, your maid can leave you much easier than your husband can, and I'm sure she's much harder to replace.
Very angry, looking at his watch, throwing his napkin on the table and standing up.
Molly, our dinner has been interrupted for 15 minutes while Hilda entertains her gentleman friend. If you won't stop it, I will.
Steps toward the door, center. Sternly, pointing to Bob's chair.
Robert, sit down.
Bob pauses momentarily, and at the instant Hilda enters, center, meeting Bob face to face. Both are startled. Bob, in a surly manner, walks back to his place at the table. Hilda follows, excited and eager. Bob sits down, and Hilda stands for a moment at the table, smiling from one to the other and evidently anxious to say something. Bob and Molly are severe and unfriendly. They gaze at Hilda coldly. Slowly, Hilda's enthusiasm cools, and she becomes again the impassive servant.
Excuse me, Mrs. Asperhane. I am very sorry. I bring the dinner right in.
Hilda exits left.
It's all nonsense.
Touches the plates again, but this time even more cautiously than before. This time he finds they are entirely safe to handle.
These plates are stone cold now.
Hilda enters left with meat platter, places it before Bob. He serves the meat, and Molly starts to serve the vegetables. Hilda hands Molly her meat plate.
Vegetables?
Bob is chewing on his meat and does not answer. Molly looks at him inquiringly, but his eyes are on his plate, repeating,
Vegetables?
Still no answer from Bob. Molly helps herself to vegetables, and then dishes out a portion which she hands to Hilda, who in turn places the dish beside Bob. When both are served, Hilda stands for a moment back of the table. She clasps and unclasps her hands in a nervous manner, seems about to speak, but as Bob and Molly pay no attention to her, she slowly and reluctantly turns and exits left. Molly takes 1 or 2 bites of the meat, and then gives a quick glance at Bob. He is busy chewing at his meat, and Molly quietly lays down her knife and fork and turns to the vegetables. Chewing desperately on his meat.
Tenderloin, I believe.
Yes, dear.
He takes 1 or 2 more hard bites.
Molly, I have an idea.
I'm relieved.
Yes, you will be when you hear it. When we get that builder's name from Fanny Russell, we'll tell him instead of a garage, which we don't need, he can build a special telephone booth off the kitchen. Then while Hilda serves dinner...
Bob stops short as Hilda bursts in abruptly, left, and comes to the table.
Excuse me, Mrs. Asperhane, I am so excited.
Is anything wrong, Hilda?
Mrs. Asperhane, Mr. Lindquist, he say you want to move to Highland Park.
Bob and Molly simultaneously drop their knives and forks and look at Hilda in astonishment and wonder.
What?
Who?
Mr. Lindquist, he say you look for house on North Shore.
Utterly overcome at Hilda's knowledge and at a loss for words of denial.
We moved to North Shore? How ridiculous, Hilda. Where did you get such an idea?
Turns to Robert.
Robert, did you ever hear anything so laughable?
Robert has been looking at Hilda in dumb wonder. At Molly's question, he turns to her in startled surprise. He starts to answer, gulps, swallows hard, and then coughs violently. Very sharply, after waiting a moment for Bob to answer,
Robert Espenhain, will you stop that coughing and answer me?
Between coughs and drinking a glass of water,
Excuse me, something stuck in my throat.
Turning to Hilda.
Someday we might want to move north, Hilda, but not now. Oh, no, not now.
Who told you that, Hilda?
Mr. Lindquist.
Who is Mr. Lindquist?
Mr. Lindquist? Mr. Lindquist is young man who just speak to me on telephone. He come to see me every Saturday.
Oh, Mr. Lindquist,
Interrupting frantically and waving her hands at Bob.
Yes, of course, you know, Mr. Lindquist.
Bob catches himself just in time, and Molly settles back with a sigh of relief, then turns to Hilda with a puzzled air.
But where did Mr. Lindquist get such an idea?
Mrs. Russell tell him so.
What? Mrs. Russell?
Mrs. Russell, your friend.
Mrs. Edwin Russell? Who comes to see me every now and then?
Yes.
But how does Mrs. Russell know Mr. Lindquist? And why should she tell Mr. Lindquist that we expected to move to the North Shore?
Mr. Lindquist, he build Mrs. Russell's house. That is his business. He build houses on North Shore, and he sell them and rent them.
Bob and Molly look at each other and at Hilda in wonder and astonishment as the situation slowly filters into their brains. A long pause.
You mean that Mr. Lindquist, the young man who comes to see you every now and then, the same man who put up the Russell house?
Yes, Mr. Asperhane.
And then when Mrs. Espenhain
points to Molly,
wrote to Mrs. Russell,
jerks his thumb to indicate the north.
Mrs. Russell told Mr. Lindquist,
jerks his thumb in opposite direction.
And Mr. Lindquist telephoned to you?
Points to Hilda.
Yes, Mr. Asperhane.
Nodding.
Then
slowly resuming his meal and speaking in mock seriousness, in subtle jest at Molly, and imitating her tone of a moment or two back.
But of course you understand, Hilda. We don't want to move to the North Shore now. Oh no, not now.
Yes, Mr. Asperhane.
But of course, if Mr. Lindquist builds houses, we might look. Yes, we might look.
Yes, Mr. Asperhane, and he built such beautiful houses and so cheap. He do so much himself. His father was carpenter, and he worked his way through University of Minnesota and study architecture, and then he go to University of Illinois and study landscape gardening, and now he been in business for himself 6 years. And oh, Mrs. Asperhane, you must see his own home. You will love it. It is so beautiful. A little house far back from the road. You can hardly see it for the trees and the shrubs, and in the summer the roses grow all around it. It is just like the picture book.
How charming.
Pauses thoughtfully, then turns to Hilda anxiously.
Then I suppose, Hilda, if we should decide to move up to the North Shore, you would go with us.
Yes, Mrs. Asperhane. But I think I must tell you this spring, Mr. Lindquist and I expect to get married. Mr. Lindquist's business is very good.
With a quick smile and a glance from one to the other.
You know I am partner with him. I put all my money in Mr. Lindquist's business too.
Bob and Molly gaze at each other in complete resignation and surrender. Quite seriously, after a long pause.
Hilda, I don't know whether we will move north or not. But the next time Mr. Lindquist comes here, I want you to introduce me to him. I'd like to know him. You ought to be very proud of a man like that.
Radiant with pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Asperhane.
Yes, indeed, Hilda. Mr. Asperhane has often said what a fine young man Mr. Lindquist seems to be. We want to meet him, and Mr. Asperhane, and I will talk about the house. And then we will speak to Mr. Lindquist. Of course, we didn't expect to move north for a long time, but, of course, if you expect to get married and Mr. Lindquist builds a house...
Her voice dies out. Long pause.
Thank you, Mrs. Asperhane. I tell Mr. Lindquist.
Hilda stands at the table a moment longer, then slowly turns and moves toward door left. Bob and Molly watch her, and as she moves away from the table, Bob turns to Molly. At this moment, Hilda stops, turns suddenly, and returns to the table.
Oh, Mrs. Asperhane, I forget one thing.
What now, Hilda?
Mr. Lindquist says if you and Mr. Asperhane want to look at property on North Shore, I shall let him know, and he meet you at station with his automobile.
End of Where But in America